Good morning, everybody, and welcome to City Planning Public Hearing, Public Meeting, and Madam Secretary.
Good morning. This is the
Please
City
begin.
Planning Commission public meeting held in Spector Hall, 22 Reade Street. Today is Wednesday, June 22nd, 2016. As a courtesy during the proceedings, we ask that you please turn off all cell phones and beepers. All speakers should fill out a speaker's card at the desk outside of Spector Hall. In addition, we ask that those providing testimony please identify yourself, limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and speak clearly into the microphone. I will now call the roll. Chairman Weisbrod,
Here.
Vice Chairman Knuckles,
Here.
Commissioner Besser, Commissioner Cantor,
Here.
Commissioner Cerullo,
Here.
Commissioner Delauss,
Here.
Commissioner Dweck,
Here.
Commissioner Edie,
Here.
Commissioner Efron,
Here.
Commissioner Knight, Commissioner Levin, Commissioner Marin,
Here.
Commissioner Ortiz. A quorum is present. The first item is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of Wednesday, June 8, 2016.
On the minutes, may I have a motion to approve?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the minutes are approved, Madam Secretary.
Scheduling. On calendar numbers 1 through 9, we have resolutions for adoption. Scheduling Wednesday, July 13, 2016, for a public hearing to be held in Spector Hall, 22 Reade Street.
On the resolutions, may I have a motion to approve?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The resolutions are approved, Madam Secretary.
The next part of the calendar is the report section on page 15. Borough of Brooklyn, calendar number 10, CD 13, C160093, ZSK, in the matter of an application for the grant of a special permit concerning 2700 Stillwell Avenue. For a favorable report on calendar number 10, Chairman Weisbrod,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor,
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo,
Yes.
Commissioner Delauss,
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck,
Yes.
Commissioner Edie,
Yes.
Commissioner Efron,
Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Levin, Commissioner Marin,
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Yes.
A favorable report has been adopted on calendar number 10. Borough of Manhattan, calendar numbers 11 and 12. Calendar number 11, CD 12, C150438, ZMM. Calendar number 12, N160164, ZRM. In the matter of applications for zoning map and zoning text amendment concerning the Broadway Sherman Avenue rezoning. For favorable reports on calendar numbers 11 and 12, Chairman Weisbrod,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor,
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo,
Yes.
Commissioner Delauss.
I just want to say that I appreciate the community's advocacy and organizing to address issues of displacement and to find the right balance between allowing new development and preserving what they hold dear in their community. This project has obviously hit a nerve and exposed deep concerns that should be addressed as part of a broader neighborhood planning effort and citywide advocacy efforts. I also appreciate the developer's openness to addressing some of the community's key concerns by modifying the proposal, including reducing the proposed height of the building and engaging in discussions with HPD to reach 50% affordability for the project. Because the issue of 50% affordability is still not resolved and has been a key component of the community's concerns, I'm going to abstain at this time and hope that it can be resolved by the council.
Okay. Commissioner Dweck,
Yes.
Commissioner Edie,
Yes.
Commissioner Efron,
Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Levin,
I remain concerned about the scale of this proposal. It is a neighborhood that has a very strong area context. But we received the revised environmental assessment statement, which includes a much more realistic worst-case as-of-right development scenario. And the proposal has now been modified to impose a contextual zoning envelope. So it's clear that our choice now is between 14 stories of market rate housing, no affordable housing, and 15 stories if the developer actually builds as they propose to build with significant affordable housing. I think balancing those two concerns, I am promoted to vote yes.
Commissioner Marin,
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Yes.
Favorable reports have been adopted on calendar numbers 11 and 12. Borough of Staten Island, calendar numbers 13 and 14. Calendar number 13, CD2, N160215 ZAR. Calendar number 14, N160216 ZAR. In the matter of applications for the grant of authorizations concerning 20 Button Road for adoption on calendar numbers 13 and 14. Chairman Weisbrod,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor,
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo,
Yes.
Commissioner Delauth,
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck,
Yes.
Commissioner Edie,
Yes.
Commissioner Efron,
Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Levin,
Yes.
Commissioner Marin,
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Yes.
Calendar numbers 13 and 14 have been adopted. Borough of Staten Island, calendar number 15, CD3, N160263, RCR, in the matter of an application for the grant of a certification concerning Cleveland Avenue and Hartford Street for adoption on calendar number 15. Chairman Weisbrod,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Cantor,
Yes.
Commissioner Cerullo,
Yes.
Commissioner Delauth,
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck,
Yes.
Commissioner Edie,
Yes.
Commissioner Efron,
Yes.
Commissioner Knight,
Yes.
Commissioner Levin,
Yes.
Commissioner Marin,
Yes.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Yes.
Calendar number 15 has been adopted. The next part of the calendar is the public hearing section on page 20. Borough of Queens, calendar number 16, CDs 1 and 2, N160322 BDQ. A public hearing in the matter of an application concerning the Long Island City Business Improvement District.
First speaker is Angelo Ippolito. Ippolito? Good morning, Mr. Ippolito.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and other commissioners. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of the LIC bid expansion project. My name is Dr. Angelo Ippolito. I am one of the co-chairs of the LIC Bid Expansion Steering Committee. I've been a business owner in the business expansion area since 2001, and a property owner and resident since 2002. My involvement in business improvement of the expansion area predates the formation of the steering committee by 10 years. As a business owner, when I first arrived, I saw the need for cleaner streets, better lighting at night, overall more inviting environment for my patients. And as a resident, I saw the need for greater business diversity and more neighborhood amenities. Over the course of 10 years, I watched the high-rises on the waterfront go up and fill up with potential customers, and yet local business success did not manifest as I would have expected. There seemed to be then and now a disconnect between the residents on the waterfront and local business. Similarly, I couldn't understand why the residents of nearby neighborhoods such as Astoria, Sunnyside, Greenpoint, Brooklyn, and the east side of Manhattan were not flocking to support local business in this expansion area. So over the course of time, conversations with stakeholders manifested as the formation of a steering committee. In addition to the SBS required surveys and notification mailings, steering committee members, including myself, conducted door-to-door, one-on-one outreach. There was overwhelming support from stakeholders, many of whom were desperate for anything that would improve their chance to succeed. There was also support from residents who were pleased and excited about the potential for an improved quality of life. This community support culminated on July 29th, 2015, with 2 successful public hearings. These meetings were widely publicized, well-attended, and demonstrated strong community support. Regarding relevant, salient details of the proposal, the majority of the businesses would pay less than $660 annually for services they would not get on their own. These services would include cleaner streets, improved lighting, beautified streetscapes, local business marketing initiatives, ultimately to create a more inviting and more visible environment for people to come and spend their money. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ippolito. Questions? Ms. Ortiz.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for your testimony. One of the things we noted is sort of the mixed-use nature of this section. You know, it's very different from the north sub-district. And, you know, one question I had for you is how you thought the services might be, you know, also simultaneously addressing the needs of residents. you know, we acknowledge it's a business improvement district, but this is also a neighborhood, too.
Correct.
So how are you addressing that in your planning and as you think about your, you know, the activities that you guys will engage in?
Well, I mean, in terms of formal planning, it's really for the businesses. What my point was regarding the residents is that they would benefit. They're not going to be paying anything, but they would still benefit from, obviously, a cleaner street, a more beautified streetscape, better lighting. I don't know if that answered your question, but it's kind of value added, so to speak.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And another quick question with respect, one question we had, maybe this is for someone after you, but the revenue. We had some questions about the division of revenue between the north and south.
Yeah, we'll
Districts and-
defer that to
okay,
Liz Luskin,
okay.
who's much better at answering that.
Great, thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Doctor. Next speaker is Paula Kirby.
Hello,
Good morning.
good morning. Good morning, all of you, the commissioners, and the chairman and the vice chair. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak about the bid here today. So my name's Paula Kirby, and I represent the third generation of a family business that has been in Long Island City for over 70 years. And we've been very strong supporters of the community over those 70 years. We are both property owners and business owners. I've been a co-chair of the bid with Angelo and Jana for the past 2.5 years. Over these 2.5 years, we have made extensive outreach to the community. We have, as Angelo said, we've literally knocked door to door, speaking with people and educating them about a bid and what exactly it involves. We had a very large steering committee of about 30 people who were all members of the community that would be affected by the bid. And as I said, most of what we spent the 2.5 years on was really educating people about the whole process and what would be involved, what the budget would include, would not include, and so on. And I will leave those details again up to Liz to give you the exact breakdowns of everything. But we feel that we garnered a lot of support. We then held 2 public meetings last July. And again, there was virtually no opposition. I think of the 4 people who questioned us at the bid meetings, 1 was a commercial owner, but 3 were residents who really had not understood the process. And so they were very much calmed down after that. People outside of the bid, have expressed skepticism, I think, and said, well, do these small business owners really want a bid? Are they willing to take an additional cost on top of their rents? But I can tell you that our tenants, we have numerous tenants on Vernon Boulevard, and also other small business owners have spoken to us and said, we think this is actually a very effective way to improve the business in the community, to get more people coming to our stores, be it through the clean streets, through the better lighting. In fact, one business owner was saying that she thought this was a much more effective way to drive business as opposed to advertising in a newspaper or so on and so forth. So I think we've kept the budget very reasonable. Again, as Angelo said, it's about $660 per year for the average business owner. And I'll just finish up by saying, as a representative of Claxall and a member of the community and a co-chair of the bid, I strongly support the bid expansion. I also, if I could take a moment, I'll read Jana Serbon-Tioli's comments. She was unable to be here this morning. As one of the oldest residents of LIC, I think she meant longest. Can I continue with her comments or not?
Why don't you have her comments submitted, if you have them in writing?
Yes, we do.
Okay, why don't you have them
Okay.
submitted? One second,
Questions?
Ms. Kirby. Questions, Ms. Kirby? Hearing none. Thank you very much. The next speaker is, and do submit her comments. Sorry she's not here. I admire her restaurant. Ms. Luskin.
Sorry, jumping the gun. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and members of the City Planning Commission. My name is Elizabeth Luskin. I'm the president of the Long Island City Partnership and the executive director of the Long Island City Business Improvement District, also known as the Queens Plaza Court Square Business Improvement District. The partnership is the local development corporation for LIC and manages the LIC bid. In 2005, the existing LIC bid was formed by the stakeholders of the Queens Plaza and Court Square area to improve the neighborhood with supplemental services such as street sweeping and neighborhood marketing. Seeing the bid's positive impact, and also, as you heard from Angelo, after many years of thinking about how to improve that area, several years ago, a group of stakeholders in the Vernon Boulevard, Jackson, and 44th Drive area began discussions about expanding the bid, and 2.5 years ago, the steering committee was formed that Paula spoke about. The large committee is comprised of commercial owners, tenants, and residents from these 3 major commercial corridors and is co-chaired by 3 deeply rooted stakeholders and community leaders. The steering committee determined and validated through surveys, meetings, and one-on-one outreach through the area that the business climate and retail environment and mix would be greatly helped by a better street environment and marketing, and that expanding the bid to the area was the best way to do so. The steering committee worked hard to determine the boundaries, service program, budget, and assessment formula for the expansion, and has validated these through one-on-one outreach, mailing, and 2 very well-publicized public meetings and well-attended. Feedback highlighted the importance of increasing foot traffic to support the retail corridor by drawing people from the subway hubs. The expansion would create a new sub-district of the existing bid. Boundaries include, as you see, the lots facing Vernon Boulevard, Jackson Avenue, and 44th Drive. In light pink on the map that's in the district plan. The first-year budget is $350,000 and is based on an assessment formula of 30% on the assessed value of wholly commercial properties and 70% on the foot frontage of both commercial and mixed-use properties. Residential units are charged the token dollar. And with this formula, as has been said, fully 60% of the properties will pay less than $660 a year. The budget would be spent on street management services within the sub-district, such as street sweeping and possibly things like hanging baskets. These are small interventions that signal to people to walk through the area. Marketing is also an important part of the service program. The services would not include security. This is one of the safest parts of the city, but rather an on-street presence of a bid operations manager who can also act as an ambassador, providing visitors with directions and neighborhood information. It's a modest proposal to do some modest things, which can nevertheless make a big impact. We look forward to working with the owners and businesses to enhance Long Island City as a dynamic and mixed-use neighborhood for locals and visitors alike. Community Boards 1 and 2 have already voted on this in favor of the proposal, as has the Borough Board and Queens Borough President Melinda Katz, and we have the strong support of our local council member, Majority Leader Van Bramer. We hope that the City Planning Commission will support this important bid expansion for a truly special area of the city.
Very compact. Thank you, Ms. Luskin. Questions? Ms. Efron.
Thank you. I have a comment and a question. The
Okay.
comment is, I hope that wayfinding will be part of the initial plan, since Long Island City has the peculiar place, avenue, and street trichotomy.
Yes, we've worked with DOT on the Walk NYC program, and we're in fact talking with them about expanding that to maybe a street signage program.
Terrific. But my question is a broader one. As this commission has done some larger rezonings of residential, of neighborhoods into residential neighborhoods and contemplates others, is it your experience that the bid formation, or at least the discussion of bid formation, should be simultaneous to those, or it works to come after it?
I think that they're really separate issues, and the thing about bids is they're very individual to each neighborhood. Even though there are a lot of them, the process really happens organically from the people there, and not every neighborhood is ready for a bid or needs a bid, and so I would hesitate to link it to other issues that are based on, that have other drivers. They may end up in the same place, but I think that they are separate processes that are driven by different interests.
Thank you.
Ms. Knight.
Hi, Liz.
Aye.
You have about 30% of the budget allocated to placemaking. Can you talk about some of those activities that are planned?
So we've talked about things and could afford things like hanging baskets on the street poles. If you know the area, it's there isn't a lot that signals to people that it's a pedestrian environment, and interventions like that can help send that signal even while we're facilitating truck traffic and other things like that. We So it's interventions like that, other kinds of things, potentially, some tree pits and stuff like that. But I think a lot of that has to be developed as we go forward. But hanging baskets was definitely something that had broad support and we can afford with the budget that we have.
Ms. Ortiz?
Hi, good morning.
Hi.
I'll pose some of the questions that I posed earlier. One is, how did you deal with sort of the mixed-use nature of this in your planning? There are 2,500 residential units coming on board. It's much more neighborhood in feel, which means you have a diverse constituency. Of course, you've got businesses who, need an organization like this for advocacy. But, there's an opportunity here to engage residents as well. How has that manifested itself, perhaps? How do you anticipate it manifesting itself in the governance? And what role do you see residents playing, if any, in the improvements in their neighborhood?
Well, first of all, a lot of the people who are involved in this are themselves residents. They may be business owners and property owners, but they also live in the neighborhood. And these are very much things that they want to see, as Angela was saying, in the neighborhood. We did do outreach to the residents, but we're not the community board, and the community board has been extremely involved in this. The prior two co-chairs of CB2 were very involved with the steering committee, very supportive. And I think that the kinds of things, there's nothing inconsistent with what we're talking about. In fact, it would enhance the area for the residents. One of the big challenges for residents in the area is the retail mix. We have a lot of great restaurants. We have very little retail that goes beyond that. And it's very hard for retail like that to operate without significant foot traffic. So this is, in fact, going to be a significant aid to the residents and having the kind of full-service community that they want. In addition, bids are, as you know, very good at trying to keep the pressure on to get street conditions fixed and things like that, which will also help. And DOT is doing a major street reconstruction in the area and reconfiguration that we would be, advocating within for things that make it conducive for the residents as well as the businesses. The current bid has a residential seat on the board, and we would continue that. And the community board, both community boards, because the existing bid straddles two community boards, are represented on the board as well. And as I said, we do have a lot of overlap between people of multiple interests in the area. So I think it'll be well suited.
Great. And then another question on the revenue. We had been wondering the extent to which, the budget and the revenue generated from this area is being spent in this area. How does the revenue sort of meet up with the expenses when you look at this two sub-districts?
So the reason for doing the sub-districts as opposed to just expanding is because there is a difference between the two areas in terms of particularly things like the level sanitation service and slightly different character, different kinds of needs, but we can benefit from common administrative costs, from joint marketing campaigns, things like that. But the service budget, for example, for on-street cleaning and any horticulture maintenance, things like that, would be segregated by, within the, there'll be one service level of street cleaning within the expansion area, one service level within the existing bid, that will happen. The money from the sub-district will be spent on its cleaning, the money from the existing district will be spent on its cleaning, things like that. And we have a process set up to make sure that everybody's comfortable with how things are, how those decisions will be made on the board so that it's separate there. They're connected areas. We want them to be connected. We want flow between, but they are also different and they have different service needs, so the budgets will be handled differently between them. But it all feeds up into one common budget.
So, and that begs a question that you raised. So with respect to the governments, just out of curiosity, how does that work with the two sub-districts as opposed to, one large bid?
So both the existing bid board and the steering committee have approved a governance proposal where we'll make sure that there's proportionate representation on the bid board based on the budget, but that also budgeting decisions and so on have to pass a majority of each set of directors from the two sub-districts as well as the whole board. So working together, but making sure there's sufficient local control over the money.
Thank you.
I also, I noticed that in the existing, the budget for the existing area, there is a marketing component, but there isn't a marketing component for the budget in the expansion area. Since, can you,
Is that true?
I think that's, is that,
I think there wasn't in the other,
pardon me. I'm sorry,
The
an ambassador, right.
Right.
So could you explain what that ambassador role is and why it's in one area, not the other?
Right, and in fact, we will be using part of the budget to make, really what the ambassador is an on-street presence. It's an operations manager. There will be an on-street operations manager presence in the expansion area as well. That'll be part of the service budget. That person does a few things. One, interacts daily with the business owners. Two, keeps an eye on our service contractors. We're a small bid. We contract out with a sanitation provider and so on and so forth. Three, keeps an eye on conditions, reports things to the city. And four, and this is where the ambassador title comes in, we have a lot of people visiting the area, whether they're coming to the museums or the hotels and so on, and helping to direct those people through the area.
So
it was called out on the existing district because it's technically, but it could have been called out. I mean, we will have on-street operations management in both sub-districts.
So does that mean, I just want to be clear in relation to your answer to Ms. Ortiz's question, that to some extent, since that is budgeted in to the existing area, the northern district is to some modest extent cross-subsidizing the expansion area?
No, I think that some of we'll take money out of the expansion area to fund. We're going to be doing a whole service review to figure out exactly how we, the management of the whole things, but it's a very large area. We're not going to be able to just depend on one person to do all of this, so there will be more on-street presence. But we're very, very aware and very careful, and this has all been constructed so that in terms of on-street services, the two areas are not cross-subsidizing each other. In other words, you're not taking money from one to spend in the other area in terms of those on-street services. Where there is a savings from joint administration, or maybe there's a marketing campaign that involves the entire area, they'll both be contributing, but that's different than taking money from one to pay for an on-street service in the other.
So just to be clear, so the sanitation and marketing services each will be either separate contracts or, separate in the sense of there'll be one sanitation contract allocated between the two areas in accordance with the budget, as opposed to two sanitation contracts. Is that
right?
Right.
It is theoretically possible that we could have two different contractors for the two areas. That's probably inefficient, and we won't do that, but we'll be rebidding all of the sanitation services, and as I said, there are different levels of service needed in each area. The Queens Plaza Court Square area is extraordinarily heavily trafficked, the major subway hub, large-scale commercial buildings, and so on. That is different than, as you know, parts of Jackson where there is unfortunately not a lot of foot traffic right now. So we have different levels of service in mind for the different areas to meet the needs of those areas and use the budget wisely.
But the decision to whether to contract out one contract or two contracts is something that you haven't decided yet?
Right, because we haven't issued the RFP, and that will come back through the board, and the board will be representative of everybody.
Mr. Cantor?
Thank you. With respect to this ambassador, is he or she expected to be roving around the community
Yes,
And is this a full-time job?
yes.
And how will he or she be recognized?
The person in the current area wears branded clothing that says the Long Island City Partnership. They have a hat, they have a jacket, a very expensive jacket, I should say, because it's all weather. I was shocked how expensive it was. And they have a T-shirt or a longer shirt at other times, so they're branded. They have logos on them.
It's like a uniform.
Yeah.
And is there going to be a kiosk set up where that person might either rest or work out of from time to time? I can't perceive a continuous walkthrough of the community.
Right. Actually, I should have mentioned in terms of street enhancements, we have 2 kiosks in the existing bid, and one of the things we'll think about is whether to put another kiosk or 2 strategically placed in the expansion area. Those are not manned kiosks. When the current person, they don't spend 100% of their time outside. It's also in our offices, which are located in the existing bid, because part of the time is spent logging things with 311, making calls, to help out with different businesses and different issues and so on. So it's both an indoor and an outdoor job, but he makes the rounds every day and keeps a log of what he's doing, and so it's not abusive of their physical health.
What's the estimated budget for that service?
Well, the existing person is actually split between the bid and the partnership, which is the LDC, and with the new area, we'd probably, again, depending on how we split that person, it's not a incredibly highly compensated person. It's a junior level position, but we are fortunate to have somebody who's really highly capable in it.
I'm not familiar with this. Is this ambassador concept being used elsewhere in the city, in the bids?
Yes. Basically, and I'm sorry that the name is in there, there's 2 kinds of on-the-street presence. Some of the bids have on-street security presence. To have that, you have a certain kind of person who has certain qualifications, certifications, et cetera. It's very expensive, and the person is really there to be a security presence. As the area has gotten so safe, which we're very excited about, there was a need to shift to someone who was more of an on-street operations manager and ambassador to interact with people, who was there really to interact with people and to interact with the businesses and keep an eye on our outsourced contractors. But there are other bids that do that. They may call it ambassador, they may call it something else. We happen to now have a lot of visitors in the existing bid. Again, we have hotels there. We have people who are traveling to, there's a lot of city agencies, and there's people who get out of the subway and they're completely confused as to how to get to the immigration office or to get to the health department or to the TLC or whatever. So that person is there to also help direct people. We do also have the Walk NYC stands that the city has developed, which we worked with them on to get piloted in Long Island City. We were very fortunate to have that. But, and we have maps and we have the kiosks, but a lot of times you need a person, a friendly person, who somebody feels is approachable, who they can say, how do I get to, we have the Ecuadorian consulate. People need to find that. So somebody who's there to help, but serves a dual purpose of keeping an eye on the operations contracts.
Thank you.
Ms. Levin?
Just to draw this out a little bit more, I think the source of our confusion is that we're looking at the annual budget number for the North Sub-District, which shows the ambassador for $20,000. Doesn't sound like you get all the services you described for $20,000. But indeed, you also mentioned that some of that cost is shared with the partnership.
Right.
So could you explain how service costs are shared between the partnership and the bid?
Well, really, the bid, first of all, benefits from, again, you have a much bigger staff at the partnership than the bid could afford, and so you get a piece of the marketing, a piece of this. The ambassador position, the reason why the partnership is sharing that is because there is a marketing aspect to it, and part of what the partnership does is market the area. The person is out there distributing information, interacting with visitors, and so on. You'll note that the budget for both the existing bid and the expansion are both quite modest. We're supposed to be the fourth central business district if you compare to the budget of the Grand Central Partnership or the Downtown Alliance, so we have money at the partnership that's also at the LDC, that's also for marketing, so we're taking some of that money to help fund this on-street presence in a key area.
Okay, and that
But-
doesn't appear in the budget, but helps provide the service?
Right.
Okay.
Exactly, thank you.
And just to that point, what we don't see in either budget is the degree to which the partnership either enhances or subsidizes services to both of these areas. Is that allocated as well as in accordance with the revenues from each area, or?
No, these are the assessment budgets only, and the partnership does not pay for any on-street services. We do marketing, which is, ephemeral, it goes around, but we do not provide any on-street services anywhere, only what the bids pay for. And these budgets, in both cases, are largely spent on sanitation and other on-street services in the area, and helping to fund the personnel that manages the operation. So the LDC is much, much, much bigger than the bid. It covers all of Long Island City, which is like 5.5 square miles wide. We do a variety of business services and all kinds of different things through different ways, but we do not provide, don't have the authority to provide, on-street services. And so that's, the bid expansion is very important in terms of having that real physical presence and, mandate within that area. There's a lot going on in terms of the management of the physical area that it's important for the bid to have.
So where the partnership would enhance services is with respect to marketing, promotions, ambassador services, and the like, as opposed to on-street services.
Right. I mean, a lot of it just comes from the value of having an organization that is larger than the individual revenue streams so that we can provide more.
Ms. Efron?
I don't want to speak for my fellow commissioners, but I guess the real question here is whether this is enough of a budget to actually make an impact. And the bigger question is how you arrived at this budget. Was it the maximum that you thought the businesses would agree to pay for, or is it really the realistic budget for accomplishing what the community believes or the businesses believe they need to accomplish there?
The latter, and there's one other thing I want to mention is, for example, something that the partnership does that the bid would not be paying for that we do already is this major street festival called LIC Springs that is part of the Weekend Walks program, right, which is very much a benefit for the residents. And we take over Vernon Boulevard for a day. It's a whole great thing. We raise money separately for that. The bid would not, have to pay for that. That is separate from them. This is, if you walk around the area, there's a lot of very small-scale buildings and so on. It's not an area like the other area of, major commercial buildings and so on. And this has taken a long time. I mean, we formalized the process 2.5 years ago, but these conversations have been going on for a lot longer, to come up with what would be an effective program that was also an affordable program. And so it was a balance the whole way, but I think that it ended up being a good balance, which is what are the things that could really make the kind of difference that people think would move the needle, right? And so it all came down to this area needs management. And if you go around and you look at it, it's a hodgepodge, it's a jumble, or it's very vehicle-oriented, not pedestrian-oriented. You don't have to, but people still don't want to, completely transform the character. We love LIC, we love the industrial vibe that's there, but how do you sort of take the edge off in a way to send the right signal? So I think that while it is a modest budget, it is a budget that will actually impact the area in the way that's needed. Sometimes you don't need to take a sledgehammer, you just need to take a paintbrush And so I think we're in good shape to do that.
Any other questions for Ms. Luskin? Thank you very much, Ms. Luskin. The next speaker is Cheryl Say.
Good afternoon, good morning.
Good morning. Am I pronouncing your name right?
It's pronounced Cheryl C.
C. Pardon me.
So I will be reading a statement on behalf of Gianna Sobrano-Tioli, who could not be here with us today. She is one of the co-chairs of the steering committee. As one of the oldest residents of LIC, I am for the LIC bid expansion proposal. Long Island City is known as an emerging arts, business, manufacturing, and eclectic neighborhood of old and new. There has been a pouring of outreach and support from the community of LIC for the LIC partnership to continue the bid expansion, and we look forward to seeing it implemented. They have allowed the input of the community to voice their vision. It will also help manufacturing, environmental, and business services through marketing tools and enhancement on street cleaning and maintenance. This is what our businesses need to thrive. It is proven that this is a positive formula for change, the kind of change that a longstanding community has been waiting for. In conclusion, as a business owner and resident on Vernon Boulevard, I am committed to the LIC partnership and its bid expansion proposal. As an advocate in the community, I only see the positive effects that this will bring to our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. C. Any questions? Thank you. Send Ms. Carbone our regards. Next speaker is Blaise Backer from the Department of Small Business Services. Welcome, Commissioner Backer.
Thank you. Good morning. Is this still on? Good morning, Chair Weisbrod and Commissioners. I'm Blaise Backer, Deputy Commissioner of Neighborhood Development at the Department of Small Business Services. We are here to testify, I'm joined by Chris Goddard, our Executive Director of Neighborhood Development, and we're here to testify in support of the extension of the Queens Plaza Court Square Business Improvement District, more commonly known as the Long Island City bid. As many of you know, SBS aims to connect New Yorkers to good jobs, create stronger businesses, and build a fairer economy. In the Neighborhood Development Division, we believe ensuring the vitality of the city's commercial corridors is a key part of achieving this goal, and bids have been valuable and proven partners in revitalization and economic development across the 5 boroughs. In addition to our role overseeing and supporting the city's existing network of 72 bids, SBS also supervises the bid formation and expansion process, serving as an advisor and resource for communities interested in developing or expanding bids. We are careful to ensure that each steering committee we work with adheres to our planning process and policies, solicits robust community input, and performs extensive outreach to collect and demonstrate broad-based support across all stakeholder groups. Moreover, we are cognizant of the unique nature of each community we assist and aim to empower local stakeholders to make determinations on proposed services, boundaries, budget size, and that best suit their community's needs and their appetite and ability to pay the assessment. While we always impart strong planning principles and share our data and best practices from across the bid network when working with any bid formation or expansion efforts, we recognize that the power and effectiveness of bids rests in their unmatched understanding of local needs and issues. Like other recent bid formation expansions that SBS has overseen, the Long Island City expansion effort involved numerous meetings and consultations with local stakeholders throughout the planning and outreach process. After an extensive outreach effort in close coordination with all key parties, SBS determined that the documented support among all key stakeholder groups, including over 50% of the area's commercial assessed value, providing written support in favor, was sufficient to submit the application to city planning. At this time, happy to take any questions you may have.
Questions for Commissioner Backer? Mr. Knuckles.
Commissioner Backer, let me ask you what I think is a related question. To what extent is DBS involved in the outreach for employees of these bids, and particularly those who are underemployed and who may reside in the areas that are captured by the bid or in proximity to the bid? What channels do you reach into to try to employ people?
Sorry, I just want to make sure you're asking about the employees of the bid itself?
The bid itself, yes.
In that case, we work closely, particularly, well, obviously, we leverage the Workforce Development Division, SBS, but actually within our division, it's actually something both in cooperation with the Bid Association, which is the 72-member bid membership organization, as well as ourselves. We do a considerable amount of outreach to try to attract professional, either people with, limited experience who are interested in this work. But it really is sort of, like all these things, it's a network, and it's really trying to get the word out there through our channels. So it is, at this point, it is largely kind of, email-driven and web-driven. We rely certainly on the local partner to do recruitment. And actually, more recently, we're in the process, and we actually have recently launched a new fellows program that is actually where we have 10 young professionals working for the city for 10 months. We're SBS 10 months. We have them placed in 10 organizations throughout the city. And, after the, so we're doing this actually as a way to build local talent. So we literally work with those 10 nonprofits to hire people in their communities and place them in these organizations. And part of that is to kind of meet this challenge of ensuring that we have a pipeline for not only bids, but all of our economic development partners to hire people that are both local to their communities, but actually have, a little bit of experience already in either community organizing or economic development.
Yeah, I guess I'm really thinking about the people who are doing the work, the maintenance, the sanitation work, that kind of thing.
So in that case, and again, as Liz touched on, I think many of the bids of, outside of probably our largest 5 or 6 bids, I think most of the bids contract out that work. So to, Ready, Willing, Able, the Doe Fund, organizations like that. So in that case, those are, much larger operations that we would, the Workforce Development Division in our agency would work more closely with to hire certainly people in that case and in other programs who are potentially formerly acquainted with the criminal justice system or other issues that they kind of pull from, and that's part of their mission. I think that can be trickier. I think you were also asking sort of about the local aspect of hiring in that individual neighborhood. I think that can be slightly more challenging when you're talking about working with a large citywide organization like the Doe Fund. So I know from my own personal experience, having worked at a bid, it was tricky to get the Doe Fund to hire from our community just because of the nature of their program. So I think in that case, it really takes the individual bid to kind of express, again, depending on who they're working with, to really kind of prioritize that and express that. I think that's a difficult thing for SBS as an agency to kind of require upon them.
Ms. Efron.
Thank you. Building on the employment question, there is no money within either budget for employment services for the businesses, and yet that's such a key part of what your office does. Is it that it's free, or is it just not contemplated as part of this bid service?
Yes, it is free. All the services certainly Workforce Development provides are entirely free. And in that case, we work, and we're very much been steering the Workforce Development Division to work with, large employers in the city and certainly growing industries within the city to ensure we're training sort of the next workforce and positions. So we're training people to make sure that there's actually jobs out there for the training we're providing. So, but all of that is entirely free. And certainly in this case, I think we, certainly in the last 2 years with this administration, I think we've been making a concerted effort to make sure our bid network, which we are, I think like all agencies, there have been some silos in the past, and I think we're trying very hard to break those down so that our bid network is more aware of the other services that the agency provides, so that they know that they can tap into workforce development, because it has not, I think in the past, been sort of one of the primary goals of bids, right? They're really working on a place-based strategy for neighborhood development, and I think now we're trying to really connect those dots better, but it's not something that bids would typically put in their budget above and beyond, say, an executive director's over overall administrative and advocacy work, and I think that's typically where they might tap in.
This is a neighborhood that is very lucky to have LaGuardia Community College within walking distance. I just hope that it will coordinate its services.
Ms. Ortiz.
Hi, good morning. I had a question, sort of larger public policy question about sort of the bids in mixed communities, mixed-use communities. This is as much a residential community surrounding these streets as it is a commercial district. And, is it sort of city policy to avoid sort of residential assessments, or were they explored? I recognize there's limited appetite for that. I'm not naive, but, I'm curious sort of where the city stands right now in terms of exploring bid formation that might include this as we look to bids now that are increasingly moving into neighborhoods where there's really a mixed constituency. And I know that there are some bids that have more than $1 assessment. So, I'm curious where the city stands.
I could say at this point, and as I think you remember, the Metro Tech bid expansion that came before you, I guess about a year ago now. In that case, it was a bid that had a residential assessment, and so therefore in its expansion, it made sense to keep the district plan as is and to maintain that residential assessment within its larger boundaries. I think I think we felt very comfortable doing that. I don't think we felt like we were creating any new precedent. I think it's a valid point, certainly as our neighborhoods become increasingly mixed use in many cases. It is a question that many bids are asking us. And I think at this point, there have been no new bids forming that have really sought a residential assessment, and certainly expansions.
It's the third rail a little bit, so I can see why you might want to avoid it.
Yeah, I think it's hard to avoid. I think it's, again, I think a lot of bids are especially in neighborhoods, right, where, say, commercial uses are converting to residential uses. I think it's probably where this is going to become an issue sooner than later. So I think it's something we're really willing to look at and to entertain, but I think we have to do a little more work on it.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Commissioner Backer? I do note that, this commission has a deep interest and reservoir of knowledge about bids. Although I also note that Commissioner Cerullo, who may have the deepest knowledge, has judiciously kept his mouth shut. With that, is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this matter? And if not, the hearing is closed. Thank you.
Borough of the Bronx, calendar number 17, CD5, N160179ZRX. A public hearing in the matter of an application for an amendment of the zoning resolution concerning 1775 Grand Concourse text amendment.
First speaker is Dan Edgers. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Is it Edgers or Eggers?
Eggers.
Eggers?
Yes. Good morning, Chair Weisbrod, Commissioners. Dan Eggers from Greenberg Trark, representing the applicant, 1775 Grand Concourse LLC, seeking an amendment to Section 122-20E of the zoning resolution in order to indirectly illuminate existing signage on the building's Grand Concourse frontage. The amendment would permit signs with indirect illumination on the Grand Concourse facades of 11 commercial infill sites in the Special Grand Concourse Preservation District within Bronx Community Board 5, including the applicant's site. The sites are identified on the map over there. Presently, per Section 122-20E, flashing or illuminated signs are permitted in the Special Grand Concourse Preservation District only in C1 districts, while these sites are in an R8 district. Several of these sites have indirectly illuminated signs. The amendment would not allow more signage than is currently permitted, or allow any flashing or directly illuminated signs. The proposed amendment would allow the applicant to indirectly illuminate signage in connection with the recent re-tenanting of ground floor commercial space, which has been leased to Inovalon, an insurance company, Con Edison, Bronx Lebanon Hospital, Special Citizens Future Unlimited, a not-for-profit autism advocacy organization, and Safe Horizons, an organization assisting victims of crime, particularly victims of domestic violence and child abuse. You see the signage for Special Citizens and Con Edison on the photos over there. Indirectly illuminating their signage would help these establishments be recognized more easily, especially the hospital, the Autism Advocacy Organization, and the Victims Assistance Center, and promote a sense of safety in the evening hours without increasing the size of signage currently permitted. Community Board 5 unanimously supported the application. We met with the Bronx Borough President's Office, which is also supportive. The Borough President's Office asks that consideration be given to a mechanism that would ensure that indirectly illuminated signs on the other commercial infill sites would have clear lighting with bulbs not visible from the street, so there would not be a carnival atmosphere or a light show on those sites. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Questions for Mr. Eggers? Hearing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Eggers.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this matter? And if not, this hearing is closed. Thank you.
Borough of Queens, calendar numbers 18 through 22. Calendar number 18, CD1, C160267, ZMX. Calendar number 19, N160269, ZRX. Calendar
Bronx.
number,
Borough of the Bronx.
I'm sorry. Borough of the Bronx, sorry. Okay, calendar number 21, C160270, ZSX. Calendar number 22, C160271, ZSX. A public hearing in the matter of application for the zoning map and zoning text amendments, special permits, UDAP designation, project approval, and disposition of city-owned property concerning La Central. Notice, a public hearing is also being held by the City Planning Commission in conjunction with the above ULUP hearings to receive comments related to a draft environmental impact statement. This hearing is being held pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and the City Environmental Quality Review.
Thank you very much. And as is our practice, the applicant team will have a total of 15 minutes to make its presentation. I note that Vice Chairman Knuckles is recused on this matter. With that, I welcome the applicant team. And who is the, Ms. Campbell, could you identify your teammates?
Good morning, Commissioners. I will first identify my teammates so that as you formulate questions, you'll know who's coming up in the batting order so you can write down who will most likely be able to answer your question. We'll have Brenda Rosen, who will be speaking on the supportive housing component of the project. Aaron Kaufman, who will be speaking about the non-supportive. Dan Kaplan, who will represent the architect. Jerry Kretschmer will answer any retail questions. Oh, you know what? My thought was that they would be lined up and raising their hands. Jerry Kretschmer will answer any retail questions. And then on the environmental front, we have Aaron Warner, who is representing HPD, and then Mike Curley, who represents the environmental consultant. I'm Winifred Campbell, representing HPD, the applicant for La Central, a residential affordable housing proposal which consists of 3 separate parcels within the former Bronxchester urban renewal area. This project site is the largest remaining city-owned site under HPD's jurisdiction. It's just south of Via Verde, a highly publicized HPD affordable housing project, and it's just southeast of the Melrose Commons urban renewal area. This project was the result of an RFP issued by HPD in 2013. The RFP called for mixed-use development that would enhance the vibrancy and character of the neighborhood by seamlessly integrating into the existing neighborhood. This project does that and more. This project is located to the northeast part of the hub, which is considered the retail center of the South Bronx. The La Centrale project brings new residential, new commercial, and community facility uses to the area. In an effort not to leave any of the Bronx-Chester sites along this stretch undeveloped, the RFP included a small triangular site at the northern tip of the area. The RFP stated that the site must be developed as publicly accessible open space. The development team will go into more detail about the project, but I would like to highlight 3 of its noteworthy components. First, La Centrale will be providing about 1,000 units of affordable housing. These units are expected to advance the mayor's housing plan to create mixed-income communities, and we expect the project to fulfill its goal by providing housing for low to high-end of moderate-income households, as well as providing affordable housing for formerly homeless people. The population created by these units will make use of the commercial and transportation opportunities in the area. La Centrale will bring a population to bolster the local retail, and the residents will benefit from a transit-rich area served by 2 train lines or subway lines and 7 bus lines. The second noteworthy component is that it will bring a state-of-the-art YMCA to the South Bronx. And finally, it will have a rooftop mount telescope on its tallest building, which will be operated remotely by the Bronx High School of Science and broadcast to New York City schools. La Centrale has been a long time coming because of its size and complexity, and we are pleased that it is completing ULURP. In addition to the usual disposition and UDAP designation ULURP actions, there's a rezoning, large-scale plan, and special permits. I've provided a thumbnail sketch of La Centrale, and I will turn the presentation over to the development team for more details.
Thank you, Winnie, and thank you, Chair Weisbrod and honorable commissioners. On behalf of the entire La Centrale development team, I'm excited and honored to be presenting this transformative addition to the South Bronx urban landscape for your review. When the team first embarked on this
Could you
journey...
just identify yourself for the record and what company you're from?
My name is Aaron Kaufman, and I'm a principal with the Hudson Companies, which is one of the members of La Centrale Owner, LLC, the applicant. My apologies. When the team first embarked on this journey in the spring of 2013, we set out to create a development based on 3 principles: community development, educational opportunity, and of course, affordable housing. We believe the proposal submitted that July to HPD and now the ULURP application before you reflects these principles in every square foot of this development. Dan Kaplan of FX Fowl will speak shortly about the buildings, but I wanted to share the highlights of what will be happening on the ground at La Centrale. Within community development, we begin with a state-of-the-art 50,000 square foot YMCA, a 164-year-old New York institution where membership is accessible regardless of one's income. The Y will offer recreational programs such as swimming classes and basketball leagues to children, adults, and older adults alike, and will also work with nonprofits in the area to expand community outreach in the South Bronx. But we didn't stop with the Y. The La Centrale team looked for other ways to engage area residents. We have partnered with Grow New York City, New York City's venerable partner in several farmers markets throughout the boroughs, to bring community gardening, local harvesting, and food education to the neighborhood with 25 rooftop gardening plots, a teaching kitchen, composting center, and retail storefront along Westchester Avenue. Addressing a critical demand for music education, the team is working with Latin Grammy winner Andres Levine to open his pathfinding school, Music Has No Enemies, in over 6,500 square feet of Building C in La Centrale, which is along Brook Avenue. The community will also benefit from the addition of 40,000 square feet of new ground floor retail along Westchester and East 153rd, which we hope will include a sit-down restaurant and a healthy food grocery store. With regards to educational opportunity, expanding daycare is listed as one of Community Board 1's top priorities. La Centrale will be offering daycare space for at least 80 children at the base of Building E, the tower. The daycare will be accessible to all with pricing that is affordable to households earning 60% AMI. La Centrale has already signed an MOU with BronxNet Television Studios to open their second location within a 12,000 square foot space within Building B on the north side of Westchester Avenue with a Today Show style studio using the neighborhood as a backdrop. BronxNet will broadcast news and programming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week from the corner of Westchester and Brook. BronxNet will also offer courses in broadcast journalism, editing, recording, and other television-related careers to area residents on weeknights and weekends, which will enliven the avenues and increase demand for retail along Westchester Avenue. We've already mentioned the telescope, which we're very proud of and excited. At the heart of our development plan is 2 acres of open space for the public and La Centrale residents. The central courtyard will serve as a pathway for community residents living to the north of our site to connect them to retail along 3rd Avenue, as well as the 2 and 5 trains. Most of this open space will be delivered in the first phase of construction. And of course, with regards to housing, we are proud to offer 992 affordable, sustainable, and resilient new apartments for households earning between a range of incomes between 40% and 130% AMI in 5 buildings, with 670 of those units between 40% and 80% AMI. These apartments will include dishwashers, oak floors, and programmable heating and cooling through variable refrigerant flow, or VRF, systems in all units. These VRF units eliminate penetrations in the outside walls for air conditioning, thus increasing energy efficiency, reducing tenant utility bills, and protecting one of the most sought-after amenities in New York City apartments, silence. In compliance with HPD and HDC marketing guidelines, 50% of all units will be set aside for Community Board 1 residents. The team will go one step further by committing to host monthly lottery application information sessions to the public, beginning at the 1-year anniversary of our construction loan closing and continuing through the marketing period. Local and MWBE hiring is critical to the project's success. The team has a goal of hiring 30% of its construction and permanent workforce from the Bronx, with a goal of 35% of contract dollars going to MWBE businesses. The team plans to hire a community liaison who will coordinate local and MWBE hiring throughout construction, and stabilization. We have committed to the community board that we will report on our hiring efforts on a quarterly basis beginning in January of 2017. As you can tell, we are quite proud of this development. We appreciate the strong partnership with the City of New York, its elected officials, and its incredibly dedicated staff members, particularly at HPD, HDC, Department of City Planning, and in City Hall, and believe this partnership has created a new standard for large-scale affordable housing within the city. I would like to introduce Brenda Rosen, CEO of Breaking Ground, to illustrate our plan for the supportive housing component of La Centrale, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Ms. Rosen.
Hi, good morning. I'm Brenda Rosen, CEO and President of Breaking Ground, formerly known as Common Ground. Breaking Ground and Communal Life are partnering to jointly develop 161 units of supportive housing for single adults at 626 Bergen Avenue, also known as Building D. Established in 1990, Breaking Ground's mission is to strengthen individuals, families, and communities by developing and sustaining exceptional, supportive, and affordable housing, as well as programs for homeless and other vulnerable New Yorkers. Breaking Ground has developed over 3,500 units, primarily in Manhattan, Brooklyn, and the Bronx. Communal Life was founded in 1989. It is a highly regarded community-based health and housing service provider. Each year, Communal Life's continuum of care supports the needs of more than 3,000 low-income and vulnerable New Yorkers. Communal Life owns and manages over 1,600 units of supportive, transitional, and permanent housing for homeless adults struggling with HIV and AIDS, serious mental and behavioral health issues, and other chronic medical conditions. Building D will serve homeless individuals with a history of mental illness, high Medicaid users, low-income community residents, and veterans. All of the 161 units in Building D will be affordable to single adults with incomes at or below 60% of AMI. 97% will be set aside for special needs residents, and 63% will be set aside for low-income single adults with rents set at $650 per month. Communal Life will provide the on-site services to enable residents to maintain stable tenancy.
and breaking ground will be the property manager. Building D will be a 9-story structure with approximately 89,000 square feet. With the exception of a 1-bedroom unit for the live-in superintendent, all units will be studios with an average size of about 310 square feet. Generous communal space will be provided for residents, including an outdoor landscaped courtyard, a landscaped roof deck, a multipurpose community room, bike storage, and laundry facilities. There will be a 24/7 attended lobby, as well as office suites for both breaking ground and communal life. Building D will also have a Bergen Avenue storefront accessory community facility space for a medical clinic or other community serving not-for-profit use. Our project will enable homeless and special needs adults to move from shelters and the streets into safe, permanent supportive housing that will break the cycle of homelessness for our residents. I therefore ask for your support of the proposed ULURP applications before you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosen. Next up, Mr. Kaplan from FX Fowl.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. Dan Kaplan, Senior Partner, FX Fowl Architects. I'm here representing the design team, which includes MHG Architects and Future Green Studio, the landscape architect. I'll be very brief, and I'm here to mainly answer questions after the presentations are done. Really, there were 4 primary urban design drivers that generated our plan. Number 1 was to take this large super block and break it down into multiple small components. There, as has been mentioned before, there are 5 buildings, 1 south of Westchester, and the remaining 4 between Westchester and 153rd Street. We've spatially and perceptually continued 152nd Street, which has been demapped, and created a complete street that goes through the site, and also increased the porosity of the site by creating another through passage through the site, sort of I call it 152nd and a half Street, halfway between 152 and 153. As was mentioned before, at the point, triangular point at 153, there's a skate park. Secondly, we've taken the buildings and really created street-oriented buildings that come up to the street line with varying street wall heights, active uses at grade, retail, entrances, common space, and also community facility. Crafting the street walls, we've emphasized the corners, especially as you can see on the board on the floor, is the 2 corners that are really the gateway to Westchester Avenue, and even in mid-block buildings.
Mr. Kaplan, could you just, because it's hard to see, could you just hold that up or have someone hold that up so we can see? Thanks.
So we've emphasized the corners, utilizing dormer rules, and really emphasized as a culmination. And in this view, you also see our 3rd principle, which is really to architecturally celebrate the sustainable aspects of the building. There are large photovoltaic arrays on the roof as a signifier of many other sustainable measures. We've brought that down visually right to grade and created a signifier at the corner. And finally, the 4th principle is really to integrate green space throughout the project, whether at grade, on lower terraces, in the rendering just immediately to Aaron's right, there's a large terrace that faces south that Grow New York will have a facility on, and will really be a buffer between the train and as the residents. And then going up into the building, there's over 43,000 square feet of accessible terraces and roof space for the residents. I will turn it over to Jerry Kretschmer, who can answer.
I only will answer questions. The retail speaks for itself.
Mr. Kretschmer, why don't you go to the mic so that it's picked up.
I'm Jerry Kretschmer, the Kretschmer Companies. I'm a partner in Bronxchester, and I've been involved in it from the get-go. Just an interesting aside, I'm a Bronx High School of Science graduate, and a telescope is of great importance to me. The retail goes up and down Westchester Avenue, and it's intended to activate both sides of the street
and bring some of the action on these streets through the block. They're big storefronts, they're modern storefronts, and the retail renting obviously is 3 years away, 2.5 years away, so we can't promise anybody any tenants. We're confident that we will find the right mix for the community, because that's what good people do. They find the right mix for the community. I also know a little bit about the food business, as a lot of you know, so we'll make sure that there's really at least one and probably more really good restaurants.
We look forward to it. So I think we have time for Aaron Werner, and unless you want, I'm cutting you off, Mr. Kretschmer.
No,
so-
I'm good.
Okay.
If you've got some questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Okay. Aaron Werner.
Good morning, Chairman Weisbrod, Commissioners. My name is Aaron Werner. I'm the Director of Environmental Planning at HPD. HPD served as a lead agency for the preparation of the EIS for the project. I'm going to discuss the conclusions of the draft EIS as they relate to the potential impacts and mitigation measures. The DEIS discloses the potential for significant adverse impacts related to the Seeger technical areas of community facilities, specifically elementary and intermediate schools, and transportation, specifically vehicular and pedestrian circulation. To address the impact on elementary and intermediate schools, which would be experienced by the 2020 build year, we've been coordinating with SCA and DOE. Discussions are ongoing, and the matter will be addressed for the FBIS stage. With regard to the transportation impacts, which would be also experienced by the 2020 build year, vehicular traffic impacts were identified at the southbound approach to the signalized intersection of Brook Avenue and Westchester Avenue during the weekday, morning, and evening peak hours. Through coordination with New York City DOT, it has been determined that this impact can be mitigated through standard practices implemented by DOT, such as signal timing adjustments and/or modifications to curbside parking regulations. In terms of pedestrian circulation, impacts were identified at the intersection of 3rd Avenue, East 150th Street, and Westchester Avenue, about a block west of the development site. Specifically the northwest and southwest corners and the west crosswalk connecting these corners. Through coordination with DOT, it has been determined that this impact can be mitigated by widening the impacted crosswalk by 2 feet and constructing new 5-foot curb extensions on the northwest and southwest corners to accommodate more pedestrians. The mitigation measures identified for vehicular and pedestrian circulation will be outlined in the FBIS, and coordination between the sponsor, HPD, and New York City DOT will be ongoing as the project is constructed. I also wanted to point out that there are measures to preclude impacts related to hazardous materials, air quality, and noise that are being incorporated into the design of and construction and the operation of the proposed project. And since the project site and project area is a city-owned site, HPD would require these measures through the land disposition agreement, as well as a restrictive declaration that would be tied to the general large-scale permit. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the final member of the team, Michael Curley from Philip Hovey.
Hello, my name is Michael Curley. I'm a planner with Philip Hovey and Associates. We prepared the FEIS for this project. I'm just here to answer any questions.
Thank you. And I assume Ms. Campbell? Does that conclude the presentation of the applicant team?
It does.
Okay, questions? Let us start with Ms. Delausse.
First, I just want to say there are a lot of bells and whistles in this project. You guys obviously gave a lot of thought to coming up with some very creative ways to address a number of community needs. And just want to commend you for that. It would be helpful if you could talk a little bit about the phasing of the project, in particular the construction phasing and how that will go, or is anticipated to go, and what the status is of financing. It's obviously a very, very large project. And I'm sure MIH is going to be mapped here, and what portion of it will be permanently affordable? Has that been determined yet, versus what portion may not be permanently affordable? So those are my questions for now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. In regard to phasing, we'll be building buildings A, south of Westchester, B, north of Westchester, and D, the breaking ground communal life building. We're anticipated to close on the financing for all 3 of those buildings in December of 2016, this December. A and B is assumed to take 27 months, plus 6 months for lease up. So we're hoping to open up in the spring of 2019. Well, now I've lost your other questions. And phasing will also include a majority of the open space, because we want to provide that amenity to the residents as soon as we can. And then we'll stage most of the stuff in the construction activity in buildings, the plots of C and E, and even the eventual skate park if we have to. The goal is that we close on phase 2 in December of 2017. If volume cap is available and if city capital is available, we want to move on this project. As I believe Aaron Werner stated, we have a 2020 build year and are confident that we can deliver. C and E are 336 units. So should we have the opportunity, we believe we will hit that build year with no problem. I did forget your next question.
Permanent affordability.
Permanent affordability. So on MIH, buildings A and D will be option 1. Buildings B, C, and E will be option 2 in MIH. I honestly, we have to go back and I have to give you an answer on permanent affordability because we actually haven't discussed it. Unless you. We'll get back to you on that.
I'm sorry, beyond, I mean, just to be clear, the buildings you identified pursuant to MIH, you have made decisions.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
And then the question is it an open discussion with HPD regarding additional affordability, or are we talking about additional buildings?
I mean, that's a good question. We haven't really gotten through the there won't be additional buildings. So I think that's first and foremost.
There's another.
I'm just
so I guess we'll
curious
just be bound by options 1 and 2 and leave it at that.
I'm just curious as to what you have to get back to us on, having been pretty clear about
No,
options.
I think we'll just leave it at that. Option 1 for A and D, option 2 for B, C, and E, and we'll be bound by those rules.
Can I have just a follow-up?
Yes, Ms. Ellis.
So Aaron, just if it happens the way you just said, in terms of December of 2016 and then December of 2017, will that allow you the staging area that you need?
Yeah, we believe so. I mean, I think we will be, the goal is to be topped out on definitely D, but A and B, we should be at a place where we are topped out. And I think if we have to go through the normal route of a possible sidewalk closure on Bergen and Brook to stage phase 2, we can do that.
Ms.
Yeah, go ahead. To address your financing question, which I just remembered.
Yeah.
A and B are anticipated to be financed with HDC tax-exempt bonds and HPD capital. Building D is anticipated to be financed by HFA, HPD, and the Medicare redesign team funds, as well as low-income housing tax credits on all 3. Sorry about that.
Ms. Efron.
Thank you. You have some great community partners who are really committed to real equity for New York City, not just the Bronx, which is wonderful. Is the developer contemplating high-speed internet access to further this sense of equity for the building?
Yes, thank you. We'll be providing free Wi-Fi in all common areas of each building, as well as in the public open space. So there'll be Wi-Fi throughout. Because we know that that's a challenge and think that's the best way to do it going forward, is to bridge that challenge.
Any additional questions for the applicant team? Ms. Levin and Ms. Ortiz.
Yes, I guess I have 3 completely unrelated questions. About operators for the community facility space beyond what's been described, the daycare center, I guess, and the medical facility, or the facility in Building D. What are the range of options that are being considered for school mitigation? Although you indicated you'd be back to us on that. And finally, I'm kind of curious about the skate park, how it was decided that that was the right use. I mean, I certainly understand the site planning goal of having that be open space, but how was it decided that that was the best configuration for that space?
Okay, so on operators, the daycare will be operated by a company called Phil's Daycare, P-H-Y-L-S. They actually have 2 locations in Brooklyn. This will be the first in the Bronx, but they have been around for, I believe, 30 years. And we can provide more details if you wish. The Building D space, I believe, is still unprogrammed. It was originally going to be, when we submitted our RFP, Communal Life was going to operate an incredible teen Latina suicide prevention program. And unfortunately, the funding at the state level dried up. And so we are, I think, figuring out what to do. We've talked about possible offices for nonprofit organizations in the South Bronx, but I believe as of now that is open. It will be a community use, not a retail use. The range of options on school mitigation, I think it's best to defer to HPD on that one, and or Philip Abib. I don't know if you want to answer that now or if that's just part of what we will be coming back to discuss. And I'll do the skate park real quick. So the skate park. So again, we were instructed that parcel C, the triangle here, would remain, publicly accessible open space. And when we were thinking about what the community programming is, and certainly the retail, we wanted to try and hit options for really children of all ages. And so, obviously the YMCA will offer teen programming. We're trying to figure out a way to engage teens. And we have seen skate parks, whether you're taking the 4 to Yankee Stadium, you see the skate park, just as you come out of the ground. There's even skating allowed at the courthouse, to the borough president's credit. And I believe there are 5 or 6 other skate parks. They are immensely popular. And teenagers are coming there after school and skating until the sun goes down, if not later. And so we thought that was a real way to provide a teen amenity. It's easier to provide a child amenity, but where do you provide a teen amenity in an open space? And building off the success of what the Bronx has already seen in the last few years with skate parks, we figured this was a wonderful way to do it. I guess we can talk quickly. Do you want to? How do you want to proceed?
Do you want to respond to Ms. Levin's question?
So with regard to the school impact, like I said, we're currently still discussing with SCA and DOE on a solution that will be presented in the FEIS stage. The DEIS currently outlines a few options. One of them is eliminating the impact altogether, but that would result in us losing some units in the project, specifically 175 units would need to be eliminated from the project, which isn't really consistent with our goals of affordable housing for this area. Monitoring capacity is another option that is being considered. Relocating administrative functions to a nearby school or freeing up classroom space within other schools in the area maybe. That's all still under discussion. But again, this is a large city-sponsored project. The intent is to address it like other city-sponsored projects have. Most recently, East New York being a good example of how that was addressed for the FEIS. That's where we're currently.
You mean like building a new school?
No.
That's what's happening in East New York.
In one part.
Well, that was built into the project as a school, but to address the
Right,
rest
just
of
to make it clear that in East New York, that was not mitigation, it was part of the project itself.
It was built into the project, right. In this case, it would be more of the DOE and SCA's understanding of the situation, the commitment to monitoring it, part of the capital plan, things like that. That's
Okay.
what we were looking into.
So the other big city projects in the area, Via Verde and so forth, did those have a school impact that had to be mitigated somehow?
No.
All right, so part of the impact here, or real person experience on the ground is, compounded by the other good development that has happened in the area.
Well, I should point out that the no action condition absent this project was already over 100% utilization in the school district here. This project is going to increase it to still be over 100%, obviously, and above the seeker thresholds of 5%. So that's where we are on the impact. And the analysis considered these no action projects, or several of them, some of them as of right, some of them might be other city-sponsored projects. The EIS outlines them all on the table, I believe, what those projects are.
Okay. Are there any other city-owned sites around that could accommodate a school? Ms. Campbell indicated this is the last big piece of city-owned property.
I don't believe there is. You can look into that and get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Ms. Delus. I'm sorry, Ms. Ortiz and then Ms. Delus.
I'm going to shift gears, so if this is a continuation.
Yeah, I was going to kind of follow up on that line of questioning, so maybe if Mr. Warner is willing to come back. I guess on the list of, he's back there, on the list of things that you're considering, and I don't know if this has been discussed with the development team, is one thing potentially setting aside a certain number of units for senior citizens, which often relates to a diminished impact in demand for school seats?
I can defer back to Aaron on that one. That's been discussed, but
That might be a way to, HPD to meet its numbers and reduce the impact and meet another need?
We did look at that because that was sort of a way around the math, if you will. And the preference with local elected leaders was that we have more multifamily units over older adults.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Ortiz.
Can I point out one other thing? Sorry, I
Yes.
didn't mention this. But based on the, under the with action condition, the project's, what it is, it's basically, the shortfall is 55 elementary school seats and 10 intermediate school seats as a result of our project. It's creating, that's the shortfall that we're experiencing. It's not very large. It's really a few classrooms inside, so.
Thank you. Ms. Ortiz.
Hi. I wanted to ask some questions with respect to sort of the layout and the distribution of the retail. I understand that, the
Kretschmer, come on,
that,
come forward.
the bulk of it is located along Westchester Avenue for the purposes of creating, continuity and activating space. But there's an outlier of 2,300 square feet in Building E along Brook Avenue, and I was wondering sort of what the rationale.
We actually thought that that would make a great cafe corner to work some sense of bringing people around the corner. At the bottom of the block is where BronxNet goes, and the whole idea there was to do something that was unusual, that was sort of a service feature and not necessarily a retail feature. And what we would look to do is to find one of the really good chains that would be willing to realize a less than most profitable store status and open something there, or we would find somebody ourselves to do the same thing. There's a big history of stores like that succeeding if they're well-run and they become very attractive to local population. Ultimately, maybe it becomes a wine bar, but there is a real need for that kind of sort of upscale food thinking in a community like this. It's always so bereft of anything that has any quality or style. And so the question is how to produce, I know it sounds like it's a hard row, but we get there if we really pay attention. And we remember, we're providing a mass of 800 and some odd families who want services like that and who will think better about themselves when somebody brings that to their community. It's very clear that if we would travel now in the this is not a bad word in this case, in the changing neighborhoods in Brooklyn, we would find that one of the first stores that made it, that was different from all the stores that were there before, was a coffee shop. And so that's the way we think about this.
So this is not a question about the use itself, it's more the siting of, and it seems somewhat isolated at first glance.
Well-
The 2,300 square feet, which is not a lot.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit of a distance from Westchester Avenue, so that's what I was trying to understand.
So partly building off the school impact issue, in a way, you have Villa Verde just to the north of us, and you have St. Anne's, which actually has 660 apartments, middle and low income, just to the east of that. That's almost 2,000 people that are in those developments alone. They ideally are coming through our site, which is sort of what informed the design of our courtyard. So the thought was twofold. One, we could capture some of that with a morning coffee. That's our hope. Maybe even outdoor seating. Maybe parents are sitting outside drinking something and watching their kids at the skate park across the little East 153rd Street. It's also an amenity for the Building E Tower, right, which is going to be mostly moderate income with some low income. So again, having some sort of food service at the ground floor sort of hits all of those notes before they keep going on towards the 2 and 5 train. So that was where we didn't want to go too big. We thought 2,300 was reasonable. It's also just one tiny block from Third Avenue. I mean, and so I think there's enough of a connection there, and you get that targeted demand of people will be coming right through it.
So is there retail on that tiny block that connects you to Third Avenue?
No, not right now, but the retail backs up onto Bergen right now, so it's all within eyeshot. I mean, the cafe will be 125 feet from Third Avenue, so people can spill over, but I think we're not thinking this is a Third Avenue attraction as much as it is a resident attraction for people commuting.
So
at various
where's the
times.
entrance to that space on Building E? I'm just.
It's facing the skate park.
Facing.
Oh,
The
okay,
skate park
faces
on
the
East
skate park.
153rd.
And I may be wrong, but I had heard that, Via Verde has a number of vacancies. Are they fully occupied?
They are fully occupied to the, if there might be one or two, we actually asked FIPS after the certification hearing for this project in April. We mentioned that to FIPS, and they said that they're basically fully occupied and there have been no rent-up problems.
Okay, I heard it just took a little longer than they had anticipated, but.
You mean original lease-up or today's
The ground,
vacancy?
no, the ground floor retail.
Oh,
was
ground floor
vacant.
retail vacancy.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry, I thought you meant residential vacancy.
No.
They believe they're fully leased up. I don't remember offhand, I believe they have a healthcare provider that's there, Montefiore, and I believe that takes up a.
Which is not retail, though. I mean, did they have to end up looking to non-retail users to fill space because there wasn't enough demand, and are you?
I'll have to ask them, because I don't know what their intention was with that space. What was retail and what was.
Okay. And will you potentially have some issues, or do you think that, with everything else that's happening, that, 2,300 square
I
feet?
said before, we'll know when we get there. I don't think that you can, it's something about which you can't promise anything. I know how to do it, and we will work very hard to get it done.
Yeah.
That's,
Well, I raise this issue because there have been a lot of projects in the Bronx with ground floor retail, and they haven't been able to fill their space, and they become filled with nonprofit users who don't do what we wanted, which is to activate the street. So why didn't we just have more housing on the ground floor? And that becomes just an open question, particularly since we have a really vibrant retail corridor along Third Avenue that we certainly don't want to undermine in any way. So it's just it's sort of an open question.
I will say, the original team included Related companies, and Related actually owns a number of parcels on Third Avenue, and they were the ones who were very keen on putting a cafe there. They felt there was a need for it. If you look at most of the shopping offerings as you go north of Westchester, it's a lot more shopping and apparel than it is food. And so while like an Aldi is opened up, actually in a Related space, there actually aren't a tremendous amount of eating opportunities as you move north on Third Avenue from Westchester. There's a number of places on 149th and Westchester to some degree, but after that, it's really more shopping. And so again, Related and the team, and now the team, felt that it was that with that those captured people coming through, and the fact that there really isn't a lot of food offerings, we think, and we're not, I will say finally, it's the underwriting does not, like cross-subsidize. I mean, we recognize that we want to be flexible here in the event that, sort of like Jerry said, they might, it might not be a home run for a food organization, but we want to make it flexible so that they get in there. Because that's more important, is the programming than the underwriting.
Will there be and is there space here for potential outdoor seating so that it complements the,
Yeah.
The skate park?
Yeah, that's our hope. Our hope is that it enlivens the street as well, which those sidewalks could surely use it. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant team? Just what the teenagers will want, the parents watching them.
The under 10 set.
Any other questions for the applicant
Tomorrow we
team?
have the championship, the skate park championship, all the parents.
Then it will be different, right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Now, switching to those opposed, Brian Brown, SEIU.
Good morning, neighbors, commissioners. My name is Brian Brown. and I am here testifying on behalf of my union. 32BJ is the largest property service union in the nation, representing 70,000 building service workers across the city and 145,000 workers nationwide. 32BJ members maintain, clean, and provide security services in schools, commercial and residential buildings all across the 5 boroughs, including at buildings like La Centrale. This is why I'm here today. I want to ensure that La Centrale will create high-quality jobs for building service workers in the city. As you all know, the city has an affordable housing crisis. We need more affordable housing units like the ones that the developers are building at La Centrale, but we cannot simply expect to build our way out of this problem. As long as there are hardworking people earning too little to afford the rising housing costs, families are going to continue getting priced out of their homes, and this crisis will continue. Considering the fact that the poverty rate in the Bronx is over 30%, the highest of any borough in the city, it is essential that we encourage developers to provide affordable housing and high-quality jobs. Projects like La Centrale can provide both. This is why I urge you, commissioners, to recommend that the developers of La Centrale commit to creating high-quality building service jobs. These are the types of jobs that have allowed building service workers to support their families in the Bronx. These are the kinds of jobs that will allow us and our neighbors to continue to call New York City home. These are also the kinds of jobs that Hudson Companies, BRP, and Common Ground provide and have committed to providing in other properties across the city. These developers have been responsible actors and have provided high-quality jobs while at the same time providing much-needed affordable housing. We are asking that they do the same here. Building service jobs can be good quality jobs for local residents. 32BJ represents other large and affordable projects in the Bronx, such as the Tracy Towers at 40 West Mosholu Parkway. Good building service jobs should be the standard and not the exception. Currently, we have no agreement with the developers, so I urge you, commissioners, to disapprove this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Any questions for Mr. Brown? Ms. Delauss.
Hi, Mr. Brown. So you're just at this moment, so does that mean that you're in discussions?
As far as I understand, we have reached out to the developers, and we have not had like some formal meeting, as far as I understand. But I can get back to you.
You have not had or you have?
Not have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Brown? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Switching back to those in favor, next speaker is Wilhelm Ronda from the Bronx Borough President's Office.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me. Good morning. My name is Wilhelm Ron. I'm Director of Planning and Development for Bronx Borough President Ruben Diaz Jr. I'm here to offer the following statement on his behalf. La Centrale is an exemplar proposal that will satisfy a void that has plagued the hub in the Bronx for decades. I can personally testify to that. I haven't been around that long. As proposed, this project will offer 992 units of mixed-income housing in a complex consisting of 5 buildings and over 1 million gross square feet. It will not only create new homes for some of our city's most needy, it will also offer affordable units to those earning between 40 and 130% of very medium income. 160 of these units will be supportive housing run by a team of breaking ground in community life, 2 great groups with deep roots in the Bronx. The remaining 832 units will achieve a very necessary objective, the integration of a community based on income. Amazingly, this project will offer families with an unheard of 4 bedrooms, underlining a point that was made earlier in terms of the questions that were asked. La Centrale will be a destination for the entire hub community, anchored by a 50,000 square foot YMCA complex. This facility will offer the latest health club amenities, including a swimming pool. No small achievement for the Bronx to get that kind of facility. And I can tell you, we've been working for a long time to get this. There will be a space designed to attract retail accommodations and serve as home to a brand new BronxNet studio. Other very special features of this development include office space for breaking ground, music has no enemies, a daycare facility, additional community facility space, and yes, another skate park for the Bronx. Very popular destinations for our teenage population. Telescope will also be installed on top of La Centrale's tallest structure, known as the Bronx Astronomy Tower. This will be the second telescope in the Bronx. We have one also at the La Solara on Henry Hudson Parkway. This telescope will direct live shots of space to the Bronx High School Science, which will then transmit it to other schools. In addition, La Centrale will serve as an excellent example of our borough's commitment to green development. This development will satisfy a LEED Gold certification and an Enterprise Green Communities certification for all buildings. Rooftop panels will generate 600,000 watts of solar power, resulting in a 50% energy savings. Other amenities will offer nearly 2 acres of open space and rooftop space. Clearly, La Centrale is no ordinary project. It indeed raises the bar for what can be achieved in the Bronx when private resources, public assistance, and community input come together. La Centrale is a project that offers all that is necessary in the 21st century Bronx. I am especially proud to have contributed $1.5 million towards this development. I recommend approval of these applications. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ronda. Questions, Mr. Ronda? Thank you. Next speaker is Ted Weinstein from HPD.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice President, Commissioners. I think I'm the closer. Thank you for the opportunity to present this great project here. I would be happy to answer any other questions that might be left. Just a couple of comments. My recollection with Via Verde is that they never were really interested in doing retail there. They always had community facility in mind. So this wasn't an example where they put in community facility because they couldn't get retail. I don't think they ever tried. In fact, our experience with Phipps in the Bronx is that there's a lean toward doing community facility space, often their own programs, which is good. I guess one obvious question would be the one negative statement so far. My understanding is that the communication between the union and the development team just started this past week, just happened. And otherwise, if there's any other remaining questions, I can try to respond to. I mean, my only comment would be, again, this is a great project that we really look forward to. It's not just because it's the last remaining large city-owned site in that area. It really adds a lot to that hub area. The hub is the transportation and commercial center of the South Bronx. This is the site that's been sitting there. Just as an example, and in terms of adding more retail, the hub bid, which is just on 3rd Avenue right there, the hub 3rd Avenue bid, is looking very much forward to this project happening, not just because they're going to get a couple thousand more people, but they want the other retail there because they do feel correctly that some retail attracts other retail as well. So they're looking forward to that as well.
Thank you. Mr. Cantor, then Ms. Levin.
Excuse me, good morning. Is this anticipated to be an open shop job,
That I don't know.
construction-wise?
No, I'm being told yes.
I see two different motions on two different heads.
I don't know.
Okay.
Ms. Levin.
Yes, I'm struck by listening to all the wonderful features here and emphasis on the YMCA, which does sound like a tremendous addition to the neighborhood. What's the state of commitment and discussion between the Y, which has been a critical partner to so many of HPD's projects around the city? So are they committed to this? Do they have the financing for it? And I guess I would ask the similar question about the community garden feature.
They absolutely are committed. The Y is represented here today. They have been present at every hearing, every meeting. They have, at other meetings, they've spoken and used as illustrations some of the other new Ys that have come on board recently, and they very much look forward to this. So they are absolutely committed.
Okay, and the community garden folks? Would that be Grow NYC? That's something separate, and are they in?
Grow New York and.
Please, sit down.
I mean, I believe that they are committed, but they're
Mr.
more like a
Kretschmer, sit
tenant
down.
of the project.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Weinstein? Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this matter? Thank you, Mr. Weinstein. I do note that the record will remain open here for 10 days until July 5th to receive any comments on the draft EIS. And thank you very much to the applicant team and to all those who spoke. Thank you. Right. And the hearing is closed. Thank you.
Okay. Borough of Manhattan, calendar numbers 23, CD5, C160082, ZSM, a public hearing in the matter of an application for the grant of a special permit concerning Adorama.
Yeah, let me just, I know that the applicant team here has a model that they have to set up, and so I will ask your indulgence for a 2-minute break, and we will reconvene in 2 minutes. Thank you.
And all these seats are empty, if you guys,
Oh my God, Marcia, what happened to you?
Yeah, well, we'll put time back.
For the good?
Where's Ken? He can come back now.
Completely agree. Oh, I love that. Okay, definitely. Thank you. Because I've been thinking that she's going to have to deal with.
Just waiting for one or two more commissioners to win their way here. I knew I shouldn't have had a break. Can you get the vice chair? Okay.
I'll read
Madam
it again.
Secretary.
I'll read it one more time. Okay, Borough of Manhattan, calendar number 23, CD5, C160082, ZSM, a public hearing in the matter of an application for the grant of a special permit concerning Adorama.
First speaker is Elliot Newman.
Good afternoon. I'm Elliot Newman, Acuity Capital Partners Chief Executive. We are the applicant for a new project located at 41-45 West 17th Street and 38-42 West 18th Street, as well as the associated restoration of two adjacent buildings in the Ladies Mile Historic District. Adorama Camera is Acuity's longtime tenant. It is our goal to honor the history of the Ladies Mile Historic District with what we believe is an exciting and worthy project. This storied neighborhood's combination of retail, commercial, and residential housing has allowed it to thrive. Acuity is now seeking to enhance the mid-blocks of 17th and 18th Streets with a design that both celebrates Ladies Mile and moves it forward. For over 2 years, we've been working with the city's agencies on developing a sensitive and workable plan. During this process, we have listened carefully to LPC's guidance and constructive recommendations from community groups and our neighbors, both residents and those in the small business community, and of course, our local representatives and city officials. The plan has very much been informed by this ongoing dialogue. With this proposal, we have sought to honor the character of the neighborhood. This combination of dynamic mixed-use development by the esteemed architect Morris Ajmi and comprehensive restoration of two historic buildings prioritizes both stewardship of our past and the need to continue to serve as a catalyst for future opportunity in Flatiron. We take the restoration component of this very seriously. In addition to a comprehensive restoration of the two adjacent buildings, Acuity is committed in perpetuity to the facade maintenance program approved by the Landmarks Preservation Commission. This can only happen if this development is approved by the CPC and City Council. A parking lot provides only one thing, parking. The dynamic mixed-use building we propose will foster economic development and bring more purchasing power to the area, benefiting local merchants as well as those who live and work on 17th and 18th Streets. Not only will Mr. Ajmi's thoughtful design and Higgins and Quaysbarth's restoration program complement the property's surroundings, this project will have significant positive economic impacts as well. Acuity is pleased to bring to the neighborhood a new building that honors the character of the area, which is designed by one of New York's finest architects, a project that brings an economic advantage to the immediate area and to the city as a whole, a project that will ensure this mid-block site is an integral part of the bright future of the Ladies Mile Historic District. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Questions for Mr. Newman? Ms. Levin.
Yes, Mr. Newman, was Acuity involved as an owner developer when the 2004 permit was
We
obtained?
were, yes.
So could you just give us a narrative explanation of what that project was and how it migrated to this one?
The initial design was significantly more complex at that point in time. It cantilevered over the existing structures. It had additions on top of the existing structures. This design is significantly easier to construct and honors the historic buildings much more significantly, both by not putting the additions on top of the existing structures, and the restoration is far more extensive as well. One other detail is the prior architect eliminated all the interior stories of the existing structure and effectively left the facades, and then basically mismatched all of the floors on the interior, making it basically impossible to construct. So we've taken time to come back and look at it and come up with something constructible.
Okay. And then if I could just ask one follow-up question, and maybe it's a subsequent speaker on your team that's going to be able to address this. The community board has raised the concern about light and air impacts to the adjoining condominium through the waivers that you're receiving, seeking. Are you the person to address
Marcy's
that?
going to address that a
Okay.
little later in the presentation.
Thank you.
Any other, Ms. Delus?
Hi, Mr. Min, thank you for being here. I guess, I don't know if it's best to be addressed to you or another member of the team, but as you know, both the community board and the borough president have raised concerns about whether or not this project triggers MIH requirements. Do you have any thoughts about that you can share? And in the event that it's determined that it doesn't trigger MIH requirements, has there been a conversation or is there any openness on your part to considering any component of affordable housing for the project?
Valerie's going to take that later in the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cantor?
Thank you. I assume you own the air on both sides?
Correct.
And how long was the cantilever?
Um,
When they had the original designs, how long was the cantilever?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Well, with the cantilever, was the central building lower?
There are 3 parcels, and the parcel contemplated for construction of a new building is on the east side. So the cantilever was over the existing structure, the existing center parcel.
Okay. Okay, for now.
Any other questions for Mr. Newman? Thank you, Mr. Newman. Next speaker is Morris Ajmi from Morris Ajmi Architects.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. I'm Morris Ajmi. I'm the architect for the project. I can also speak to the previous design, even though I wasn't the architect, if there were some questions afterwards. We do a significant amount of work in historic districts in Brooklyn, Upper West Side, Greenwich Village, Gansevoort Market District, and also in the Ladies Mile Historic District. And when we start a project, we look at the architecture, try to understand the history of the district, and try to create a building that contributes. In this particular case, we think we've done that, as well as there's additional benefit of restoring 2 very beautiful buildings to their former condition. And Aaron really will speak about that. There are 2 things I think that are significant to note about this historic district. The district really developed in 4 phases, and starting with smaller residential buildings and going all the way to very large department stores and loft buildings and conversions and adaptations in between. And so that really set the character of the blockscapes, and what you see is a sawtooth character, and we've embraced that in our design and working with landmarks as well. Another thing that's important about this district is the technology, changes in technology, specifically at the Flatiron Building. Things that changed changes in structural technology enabled these buildings to have much bigger bay spacings and larger windows, and that's another thing that we embraced, the way that we brought light into the project. We feel that what we're proposing really acknowledges all of those issues. I'm just going to do a very brief overview of the project, and if you have more questions, I'm happy to get into those. The project is on 17th and 18th Street between 5th and 6th Avenues. There are two existing buildings. One is a through-block building, and we have a flag-shaped lot here, where we're proposing one building that has two wings, one on 18th and one on 17th Street. Here's an axonometric drawing that shows the zoning information, but you can see on the left, or on the far left, are the tax lots. On the left is the massing. We're modifying the rear of one building slightly, but we're restoring completely the facades, the major facades of those buildings. And then this is the proposed building with the 17th Street facade as well as the 18th Street.
Take a minute,
Yes.
So these are the existing conditions on 18th Street. These are the two historic buildings that are in need of a lot of attention, which Aaron will talk about, and a view through the lot. Wow. Can I have a few more minutes?
Very quickly.
Very
yes.
quickly, okay.
30 seconds.
And I'll do it very quickly. So this is the blockscapes, and as you can see by our two proposed buildings here, the restoration, and here, we are maintaining that sawtooth character, which is characteristic of the district. And then the design of the two buildings, the 18th Street building embraces the changes from the early period to the late period where buildings had punched openings in masonry to a lighter frame. And that building, and I can flip the model around, does that as it allows more light and larger openings towards the top. And the 17th Street building, and I'm only one more second, embraces a layering effect which has a metal mesh facade which will appear to be a historic building that's layered on top of a new building.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank
Ajmi.
you.
Questions for Mr. Ajmi? Ms. Delos.
Mr. Ashby, thank you for being here. I'm just wondering if you could just talk a little bit specifically about the bulk waiver around the 10 feet that is, specifically show it to us, and in your design, why you believe that 10 feet is necessary.
Marcy's going to talk specifically about the bulk waivers. I'd like to address the setback waiver. I
Okay.
think that's more relevant in terms of the
Okay.
architecture.
Okay.
All of the buildings, all the historic buildings in the district go straight up, have a straight street wall, and we felt that that was important. And in our discussions with Landmarks, they encouraged us to pursue that bulk waiver to have a straight street wall, in this project as well as in other projects in this neighborhood.
Okay.
Ms. Levin.
You're also asking for a rear yard obstruction to extend the base of both buildings all the way through the block for
Yeah,
3 stories.
That's something that Marcy will clarify.
From a design?
Okay, but from a design standpoint, what's going on in that base? And
that's
what were you
commercial.
charged in your design to accomplish?
Sorry. There was a clarification that she'll make about that waiver, but in terms of design, that's going to be used for commercial space, to have a contiguous commercial space of the entire site.
So is the idea that, will there be separate commercial tenants on the 17th and 18th Street sides? Or is it like one?
There is some flexibility, but the idea is that it would be one tenant.
Thank you. And is just the new building, or?
It would connect to the existing building as well.
Okay, so there'll be a 3-story commercial base throughout the project?
Yes.
Street to street?
It's taller on the historic buildings, but the idea is that that would become one occupiable commercial space.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Which is why we needed to connect this piece here, which connects to the commercial level.
I see. So you get a coherent, consistent 3-story commercial base.
Space, all the way through.
100% lot coverage.
Yeah, and then there would be offices above where the commercial
Okay.
for the other buildings.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Ajmi? Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Erin Rulli, is that correct? From Higgins Quasar.
afternoon, Commissioners. Erin Rulli from Higgins Place Brecken Partners. We're the historic preservation consultants on the Adorama project. The project includes restoration of 2 buildings within the Ladies Mile Historic District. It's 42 West 18th Street and 40 is on the left. 42 goes through block with a facade on both 17 and 18th Streets. The Landmarks Commission has approved an extensive and first-class restoration of the historic buildings. Both buildings are in very poor condition, with extensive brick and terracotta masonry conditions, as well as insensitive alterations to the storefronts and windows over time. The 18th Street building, which is this one, is a terracotta facade, and the terracotta is exhibiting large cracks, spalls, and extensive areas of glaze deterioration, all of which is fairly typical for terracotta cladding, except that the underlying structure has been somewhat compromised. So restoration in this case requires 100% replacement of the facade material. In addition, there have been changes at the storefront and windows, so all of those windows and storefront materials will be restored. New wood windows on the upper floors, new storefront, wood storefront at 42. At 40, this is an earlier building, an 1850s building that was converted in 1890s for commercial use, and it has a sheet metal and brick facade. There are some brick conditions, typical open joints and cracking, but the primary facade material is sheet metal, which is corroding and over time has been displaced. There have been some decorative elements have been stripped off, and it's largely been repaired with non-matching material. So the plan here is to restore the sheet metal facade, make all the necessary masonry repairs, and then new wood storefront to replace a non-historic storefront that exists, and new wood windows on the upper floors. And then, let's think, 17th Street. This is the elevation at 17th Street. This is the rear of the white terracotta building. It's sort of a,
There goes the name.
excited utterance. The words are bigger than I am. So thanks, Jeremy. This is the secondary elevation to the terracotta building. It's buff brick, and at the base, you can see in the existing condition on the left, has been covered with aluminum cladding, and so the proposal is to make all the necessary masonry repairs and new wood storefront and new wood windows on the upper floors. As you can see, the impact is pretty amazing. The restoration is extensive. There is a lot of work to be done, and these are sort of beautiful, sad little buildings right now that will be revived through this process. And as a whole, the restoration doesn't just benefit these buildings, but it benefits the entire streetscape and the district at large, because it really helps maintain the continuity and the legibility of the historic context.
Thank you, Ms. Rulli. Questions for Ms. Rulli? Mr. Cantor.
Thank you. Did I understand you to say that the terracotta building was going to be totally dismantled on the facade?
New facade material will replace the existing, yes.
Is the new facade material equivalent to the old?
Yes, matching kind,
So
terracotta.
Landmarks has approved the removal and replacement in kind?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Rulli? Thank you. Next speaker is Marcy Kessner.
Good afternoon. My name is Marcy Kessner. I'm a planner with Kramer Levin. I'm going to briefly describe the waivers before you and how we meet the conditions and findings for the special permit. We're requesting 4 waivers, and I'll go over and There are 4 waivers before you. 2 of them are related to the building height and setback in the front, and 2 are related to the rear yard. The height and setback waivers are to allow the building on 17th Street to rise fully without having the required setback at 125 feet. As you can see, this dashed line is the permitted building envelope, so the building is still within the building envelope in terms of height. On 18th Street, the maximum building height is 60 feet. Because of the narrowness of the frontage, we're requesting a height waiver to allow the building to rise to 170 feet roughly. On that side, again, it's lower than what the permitted height would be otherwise in the area if this were not a narrow site. In the rear yard, we're requesting 2 waivers. One is, as noted before, to allow for a rear yard of 50 feet rear yard equivalent of 50 feet rather than the required 60 feet, and that's by adding an additional, having an additional 10 feet here. And then also, because of the location of windows on both sides of the building, to allow for a waiver of the minimum distance between windows on a zoning lot, to allow 50 feet rather than 60 feet. So the buildings will still meet the multiple dwelling law. They'll still provide for adequate light and air for the units, but would not provide the full 60 feet. The following conditions and findings are required as part of the special permit. The first is that there's a program for continuing maintenance, as Commissioner Cantor raised the question, and that in fact has been approved by the LPC. The second is that there's a certificate of appropriateness that stating that the bulk modifications relate harmoniously to the subject landmark buildings in the historic district, and a certificate of appropriateness is in your package, which says, in which the Landmarks Preservation Commission noted that the massing would be appropriate, that the heights were in keeping of those of existing loft buildings, and that the proposed building would enhance the special architectural and historic character of the historic district. The third condition is related to a conversion, a number of units in a conversion, and that's not the case here. In order to grant the special permit, the City Planning Commission must find that the requested bulk modifications shall have a minimal adverse effect on the structures or open space in the vicinity and scale, location, and access to light and air. And so in terms of scale, we have drawings that show that, as Morris pointed out, that the building heights that are proposed are within the scale of many of the buildings in this Sawtooth neighborhood. In fact, when this zoning was changed in 2004, the Ladies Mile rezoning, the maximum building height is set at 185 feet. So we feel that this meets that finding. In terms of open space, this is a former industrial neighborhood with very little open space, but we have looked at where the locations are in the environmental analysis of other open spaces, public open spaces, or historic. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Kessler. Questions? Mr. Knuckles.
Marcy, did you want to conclude your sentence, and then I had a question for you?
Well, I actually, if I could just do 2 sentences, then I could talk about light and air, which I know Commissioner Levin would like to hear about. And so in any case, in open space, we have no effect on any open space in the area. The parks are within, quarter mile or further from the site. In terms of access to light and air, I would point out that in 2004, this commission approved a special permit for this, for the site, which also included a 50-foot rear yard equivalent. And the commission found at the time that there were site constraints related to the site, both the fact that it was a through lot on a 184-foot narrow, shallow block rather than the normal 200 feet, but also that you also have a zoning lot which has 2 4-story historic buildings which are going to remain. One of the other findings that I would point out, one of the things that we've looked at in this analysis if I may, Chair, is that.
You're
even
you're
at-
responding to Mr. Knuckles' questions here, so
Mr.
Yeah, which
the
actually,
timing is now out of my hands, it's in
Okay.
Mr. Knuckles' hands.
Knuckles, if I may
So,
just make one last point, and that is that here is the 50-foot rear yard which is proposed on this block. All of the existing open spaces on the block, rear yards, are shown in pink. So that these are industrial buildings, commercial buildings, loft buildings. Some of them have been converted, some of them not. When they're converted, they are providing the open space that they were provided as loft and manufacturing buildings. So that basically the deepest other open space on the block is 36 feet. Here you have 29 feet. Here you have 40 feet, but it's really just a court. So we would be providing a substantially more open space on the block than any other property there. The property
thank you. My question actually wasn't about light and air.
I'm sorry.
Anna, did that address some of?
we'll let,
Okay,
I'm
all right.
confident that Ms. Levin can speak for herself.
Right. No, you've heard of mandatory inclusionary housing
Yes,
by
sir.
chance?
Yes, sir.
No, I wanted to get your take on whether or not MIH would apply.
I
this
understand.
particular project.
Actually, Valerie Campbell, the attorney from Kramer Levin, is prepared to speak about this, and she'll come up after me.
Ah, okay.
I'm just doing the waivers.
Well, first, Ms. Levin has been waiting patiently to ask a question about light and air, and then Mr. Reade, and then Ms. Ortiz.
Yes, I guess I'd like to focus my question on the effect on light and air. The community board raises an issue with respect to the neighboring condo building on West 18th Street, in anticipation of perhaps hearing more about that after we've got a chance to pick your brain about it. Could you please describe the location of, and the situation, configuration of the building that has generated that concern, and explain to us why the bulk waiver you're seeking does not have a inappropriate imposition on light and air for that building?
Sure. Well, I'm sorry? Well, the building is directly to the east of our site. It is a conversion of a loft building. It has a 5-foot rear yard, and it's a 12-story building with high floor-to-floors. The distance between that building and the other building is 20 feet. Just that. We are proposing to build a building as a matter of right, which has 3 commercial floors at the base, and those are permitted rear yard obstructions. So we're allowed to have 3 floors of commercial space.
And they're all as of right?
Those are as of right, and it's allowed to go through. It is permitted in a C64A district. Above that, we are asking for the rear yard waiver to have the buildings closer. But we believe that this waiver is not an excessive one, that it is 10 feet, that we're still providing the 50 feet, and that the building adjacent had met the standards of light and air for a building when it was converted, and it's not really affected by what we're doing on our site.
Maybe not legally affected, but there's apparently one particular unit in that building. Is it a ground floor unit that has
I
generated
understand it's a ground, yeah.
May I address that?
Well,
Is there?
no.
Okay, but my understanding is, I'm sorry? Yeah, I understand. Well, I understand. There's one, yes, there was a speaker at the community board.
Right.
Someone
who
who
may very well be here too, so that's why I
yes,
want to understand what the
but
issue
again,
is.
we can build, the rear yard waiver does not affect the fact that we can build up 3
Legally,
stories
right.
there.
Okay.
And then this is still providing for 50 feet of light and air to come through at that location.
Okay. But in the adjacent building, then, there are units that go all the way down to the ground floor. It doesn't have a commercial base?
No, it does not. It
Okay.
does not.
So in
And it's a
fact, there-
conversion. And then just one of the
There
things that
could
Marcia.
very well be a light and air impact on those units, but not one that is
in your view, protected by
No,
the
no,
zoning
they have to
resolution?
provide, they have, when the building is converted, it has to meet whatever requirements applied to that building, and it's not our responsibility. I would note that the building to the east of our building does have, I think it's 6 lot line windows, which are at the top of the building, and those are unaffected by the building entirely. They are above our
building.
lot.
Okay.
Our lot, and also that because this is as of right, this would happen in any case.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Kestner? Mr. Eady, and then Ms. Ortiz.
I just wanted to make sure that I understood correctly, that none of the waivers you're seeking under 74711 are increasing the FAR or the bulk on the site. Is that correct?
No, exactly. In fact, this is a zoning lot, the zoning lot that comprises the 2 historic buildings and this parking lot, and we are still not using all of the floor area that's generated by the zoning lot.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Ortiz, then Ms. Efron.
That was my question, thank you.
Ms.
Mine's really
Efron.
just a
Yes,
clarification. So the 10 feet that you're seeking, which is a new building, unlike the other ones that you showed in pink that were existing buildings, but
Yes.
That 10 feet does not cover any of the windows of the adjacent condominium?
No, it does not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Ms. Kestner? Thank you, Ms. Kestner. The next speaker is the aforementioned and eagerly awaited Valerie Campbell, and then we will switch to those opposed.
So,
Welcome, Ms. Campbell.
one small correction, the adjacent building does have 1 story of commercial at the base, and I believe the apartment, which is a rear apartment, is on the 2nd floor. But on to my testimony. I'm Valerie Campbell, Special Counsel with Kramer Levin. We're Land Use Counsel to the applicant. As the prior speakers have testified, we believe that this application is consistent with the purpose of a 74-711 special permit and satisfies all of the required findings. The project will restore 2 historic buildings and improve a parking lot with an architecturally distinguished new building that is appropriate to the Ladies Mile Historic District. In response to the questions that have been raised and the Community Board 5 and Manhattan Borough President resolutions, I do want to address the issue of whether this project should be required to provide mandatory inclusionary housing. The legislative history of MIH makes it clear that the significant increase in residential floor area is meant to apply to an action that increases residential capacity on the zoning lot, not to an action that allows for bulk waivers with respect to the existing residential capacity. We concur with the department's conclusion that this special permit application does not result in a significant increase because the requested bulk waivers simply facilitate the use of the permitted residential floor area on the project zoning lot. In this regard, we note that the proposed building has an FAR of 8.71 and only thus utilizes a portion of the total available floor area on the lot. The assertion in the Community Board and Borough President resolution that there is an increase in residential floor area is based on the erroneous assumption that the increase in residential floor area is calculated on the basis of the difference in the residential floor area shown in the as-of-right scenario and the proposed scenario that were analyzed in the EAS. This is not, consistent with the Commission's statement that the increase in residential floor area refers to an increase in residential capacity. Moreover, the EAS as-of-right scenario is just one of many possible as-of-right scenarios. Other as-of-right scenarios would result in a smaller or no increase in residential floor area. The purpose of the bulk waivers available under a 74-711 special permit is to allow an owner of a zoning lot encumbered with a landmark building more flexibility in utilizing the available floor area. These waivers preserve the integrity of historic buildings by facilitating the design of appropriate new buildings and additions. 74-711 special permits have proved to be a highly effective tool to ensure restoration and the creation of architecturally distinguished new buildings. Applying MAH in a section 74711 special permit application such as this one will create a significant disincentive for future applicants who may elect to develop hotels or offices instead of a residential building, or just forego the bulk waivers that could be used to create a more appropriate building for the historic district. We urge the Commission to respect the Department's finding on the applicability of MIH and to consider this application in accordance with the findings under the special permit.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Questions for Ms. Campbell? Ms. Deleuze?
Ms. Campbell, I appreciate you being here and appreciate you pointing out the piece in the EIS as leading to the EIS, I'm sorry, as leading to the misunderstanding. So I take it based on that point that you would call into question the calculation that Community Board 5 developed as it relates to the allowing 26 more units and about 24,000 additional gross.
That is the correct difference between the scenarios analyzed in the EAS, but it is, you can have a lot of as-of-right scenarios for, basically any project, and there are other as-of-right scenarios that we looked at that don't result in any increase in residential floor area. But I think the more relevant factor is that we're not increasing the residential floor area that's available on this zoning lot. We're only using not even, what we're entitled to under the zoning.
Based on that and based on the fact that we're kind of in a brave new world as it relates to ensuring precise applicability of MIH, do you have any recommendations as it relates to how this information is presented in the environmental review to help clarify for interested parties?
Yeah, I wish, in retrospect, we should have considered that more, but this application was filed before MIH was enacted. But again, I'm not sure that that is the appropriate measure that the Commission should be looking at when they're looking at whether MIH should be available, because this is really looking, we looked at as-of-right scenario that did not have any bulk waivers, and if you convert some of the existing commercial to residential and then compare it to the proposed, you have no increase. So it is, I think it's a very flawed measure if you were trying to calculate an increase, and that you should really look at what's being proposed in relation to what's allowed under the zoning.
Ms. Levin, then Ms. Ortiz.
Yes, Ms. Campbell, I certainly appreciate your unfortunate situation of having to be the first land use attorney to try and defend this. And I really don't think these issues, it's going to require a further conversation amongst ourselves. This has to do with the way the mandatory inclusionary housing program works citywide and not just for this project. This highlights actually one of the comments that David Karnofsky, our former general counsel, made at the public hearing about increased attention that needed to be paid to this whole area of special permits and how mandatory inclusionary housing would apply to it. I certainly understand the position that you've articulated, which reflects certainly Department of City Planning and the chair's point of view about this, but I am tripped up by the fact that we're looking at a section in the zoning resolution that by its caption applies to bulk modifications. So I'm sort of wondering how is it that bulk modification escapes? And I also looked at the environmental assessment statement for mandatory inclusionary housing, which includes the statement that where a property owner chooses to pursue modifications under 7471, which is what we're doing right now, To create a substantial amount of new housing, the MIH requirements would apply. Well, this is a substantial amount of new housing, although admittedly, using FAR, that is attributable to that lot. And there are two special permit scenarios that were analyzed in the MIH EAS. And one of them has to do, the one that's most relevant to this situation, has to do with a bulk modification for a large-scale general development. And I believe that the text there does indicate that MIH would be applied if you're moving substantial bulk from one place of a large, if you're modifying a large scale to move it from one place to another. So I do think we have something to talk about here in the follow-up discussion. I realize I'm making a speech and not asking a question, but I think I'm going to finish by asking if you have any thoughts on this. I realize the constitutional and other legal constraints that apply to mandatory inclusionary, and we absolutely want to maintain the integrity of this program and see that it works successfully. I get that. But the purpose in the zoning resolution for the inclusionary housing program, it's in section 2392. It's established to promote housing for residents with varied incomes in redeveloping neighborhoods and to enhance neighborhood economic diversity. And when you realize what's happening to residential development in this neighborhood, it is moving further and further away from neighborhood economic diversity. So that's our conundrum here. I don't know if you have any thoughts to add.
I would go back to the City Planning Commission report, which is one of the things we looked at, and we have a letter actually I can distribute to the commission that sort of goes through this in more detail, where, and this is a quote, it recognizes that the program should not discourage types of actions with a valid land use rationale that may facilitate residential development but would not themselves increase residential capacity. The program is not expected to be applied in conjunction with a special permit application that would reconfigure residential floor area that is already permitted under zoning. So that is a quote. We really feel that we fall squarely within that description. And I also, as someone who works on a lot of landmarks applications, I think it's almost for developers to go through the 74-711 process to get bulk waivers, not to get a use change. You know, it is really allows them to develop, you know, a more appropriate building. So yes, it increases their chance of approval, but it requires a substantial expenditures in terms of restoration, continuing maintenance, and perpetuity. And I really think that, you know, the public policy between 74-711 would not be furthered if MIH was applied to applications that do not increase, you know, the residential capacity on the zoning law.
Ms. Ortiz.
Hi. Could you just clarify for the record what the allowable FAR is and what you're building?
It would be, it's 10. I mean, you could go up to.
Square foot, I should say, you know, allowable square footage.
The total square footage, maybe someone can give me a cheat sheet. 138,000.
Is what is allowed?
Yes. And we're proposing, what is it, I think it's about 121,000.
I think we said 118 yesterday.
Can you, rather than guessing at it, can we get,
Sure.
just get that answer submitted to us?
Yeah, absolutely.
In response to Ms. Ortiz? Mr. Eady.
So Valerie, thank you for helping us with this issue. If I was to understand correctly, the use of the term residential capacity is almost equivalent to allowable FAR. Is that your understanding?
That's how I would interpret it, yes.
Okay, so as long as you're not increasing the amount of allowable FAR.
I mean, an example of a 74-711 that would increase residential capacity would be a 74-711, let's say, in Soho, that converted a building in an M15B to use group 6.
That's where I was going to go next, is then if you were to change the use of a building from manufacturing to some other use to residential, then that would trigger the increase
That's
of
my
residential
understanding, and
FAR.
that's what I understand the department's position is.
And so this, as of right, could be residential.
Yes.
So therefore, we're not increasing, in your mind at least,
Yes.
the residential FAR. Thank you. That's helpful.
Any other questions for Ms. Campbell? Thank you, Ms. Campbell, and do submit, I think, as I understood Ms. Ortiz's question, how many square feet would be allowable as of right under 10 FAR that this is zoned for, compared to how many square feet you are proposing to build? Is that it?
Can I just ask you also to submit your actual testimony?
Yeah, I have a longer letter that I'm going to
That would be
leave
great.
here.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Okay, switching,
We do have our EAS consultant here. She signed up if there are any questions like this.
we're going to those opposed, and we'll come back to those in favor. Next speaker is Brian Brown. Welcome back, Mr. Brown. It's been a long time.
Hello again. Hello again.
Good to see you again.
Likewise, likewise. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you not only once, but twice in the same day. So again, my name is Brian Brown. I'm here today because I want to make sure that this development truly benefits the community by creating good quality jobs for building service workers. Manhattan's Community Board 5 and Borough President Gail Brewer have been particularly supportive on this issue and have called on the developer to make a commitment to pay their building service workers the prevailing wage. Having an upfront commitment to create good jobs is particularly important because the owners of 42 West 18th Street have a bad track record when it comes to doing right by workers. In 2008, they purchased a residential building on 92nd Street where the workers were union members. At the time of purchase, individuals affiliated with the owners signed an explicit agreement saying that they would assume the union contract that existed at the building. Nevertheless, after the purchase, the owner engaged in union busting practices, which resulted in almost all of the previous unionized staff losing their jobs. Union jobs like the ones destroyed at the 92nd Street building let my brothers and sisters in 32BJ support their families. We have health insurance, retirement benefits, and access to job training courses. Workers at the 92nd Street building don't have these kinds of benefits, and some have to worry about how they're going to support their families and themselves once they retire. Even with our union jobs, it has become increasingly difficult for service workers to live in New York as the cost of housing has risen. For that reason, 32BJ fought hard to ensure that new residential housing in New York City be affordable for working people. This is why we also believe that this project should conform to the requirements of mandatory inclusionary housing and be required to set aside some of those units as permanently affordable. Making sure this project creates both good jobs and affordable housing is an important step toward ensuring that the redevelopment of this historic building truly benefits the neighborhood. Unless these steps are taken, we urge the City Planning Commission to disapprove this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Any questions for Mr. Brown? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Eric Edward Stern from Manhattan Community Board 5.
Chair Weisbrod, Commissioners, thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Eric Stern, and I serve as chair of Manhattan CB5's Land Use, Housing, and Zoning Committee. In addition to our board calling for good jobs on this site, we were disappointed to see that the applicant does not appear to think that MIH has to apply to this application that it would permit more luxury condo units to be built than what is allowed without the special permit. After a close reading of the zoning text and consultation with several attorneys, it is unquestionable that MIH must apply in this action as, according to the AS, it would result in a net increase of more than 20 market rate residential units and more than 20,000 square feet of residential floor area. The issue of disagreement is what is meant by # residential floor area in zoning resolution section 74-32. Does it refer to the actual amount of residential floor area on a site, our argument? Or does it refer to the maximum residential floor area ratio multiplied by the lot area? The applicant would have you believe the latter. But what does the zoning resolution actually say? When you look carefully at the zoning resolution, you'll see that this is not a real debate. These are defined words that are used consistently throughout the text. Any interpretation to the contrary has no basis in law. # residential floor area ratio is used 37 times. # residential floor area and close # is clearly defined and is used 134 times. And it's used to describe actual residential floor area on a site and is not used to refer to this maximum residential floor area ratio multiplied by the lot area. The zoning text easily could have been written differently to refer only to changes in maximum residential floor area ratio. The only reason one would intentionally misread # residential floor area to mean maximum # residential floor area ratio is if one simply did not want to apply the mandatory inclusionary housing program to the subject site, or, for that matter, to future 74-711 special permit bulk modifications that would facilitate the creation of new luxury housing. Because you are reviewing the special permit in your administrative as opposed to legislative capacity, and the zoning resolution has clearly defined guidelines requiring that the commission shall apply MIH in this instance, you do not have discretion as to whether to apply MIH here. The commission may choose how to apply MIH, for instance, which affordable housing program or option to apply, whether you choose to only apply MIH to the increment, but there's not discretion on whether to apply it. And I will also add that as for the EAS reasonable worst case development scenario, that now is inaccurate. If the applicant contemplates and says that it is feasible to change the retail and the commercial space in the existing site to residential, that must be contemplated in the reasonable worst case development scenario for the with action condition. Therefore, the increment.
Thank you, Mr.
Go ahead.
Stern.
Thank you so much.
I've let you have a run-on sentence of considerable length here.
I appreciate it.
Questions to Mr. Stern? Let's start with Mr. Cerullo, then Ms. Efron, then Ms. Levin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eric, hi. Thank you so much. Well, first of all, I just want to thank you and the community board for your typical, well-thought-out and thorough analysis in your recommendation, obviously. But I guess I'm looking for your take on this based on the presentation that we received from the community board and your testimony today. How you put together and work out the language issues, and again, a lot of this is coming down to, the word ratio is missing, or, how we're doing this, and it gives us a lot to contemplate in this process. But just given the earlier testimony of Ms. Campbell, and also sort of the language in our report when MIH was adopted here, about what actually would apply and what would not apply, almost in that language, unquestionable. How do you work that out?
Sure.
How do we figure this out based on this language, based on interpretation of the zoning resolution and those things? It would be helpful for me.
Thank you so much. So I would say that I would just separate out for a second the zoning resolution, the law, the City of New York, and then separate from the zoning resolution, there's the legislative history, which includes the commission's report associated. It includes the testimony of the Manhattan Borough President that the #1 reason that she is supporting the mandatory inclusionary housing program is that it applies to special permits that allow for 10 or more units to be built. But I would say that, and I will quote from your report here, that in the report it says that the program is not expected to apply. It doesn't say the program cannot apply. It doesn't say the program will not apply. It says the program is not expected to be applied in conjunction with special permit applications that would reconfigure residential floor area that is already permitted elsewhere. I believe Chair Weisbrod mentioned that when you're just changing the shape of a building and you're not actually allowing more units to be built, then we're not going to apply the mandatory inclusionary housing program. And I would say that if there was a way, and if an environmental assessment statement here showed an LPC-approved plan where they could fit the exact amount of residential floor area that they are seeking with the with action on top of the existing contributing buildings in the historic district, and there was truly a no action and a with action that showed no difference, or that difference was below the applicability thresholds, then that would be a different conversation. But first of all, the commission report never explicitly said that the commission in the city is prohibited from applying it here. And I would add that the commission report would really be consulted if it was critical in interpreting a provision of the zoning resolution that was really ambiguous, or if a provision of the zoning resolution referred to an outside policy program that you really needed to see, well, what did the city planning commission or the city council mean when they referred to this term? But the text of the zoning resolution is entirely unambiguous here, and so there is no need, and it is not, it's not necessary to consult outside legislative history. And if outside legislative history is to be consulted, then one would need to think about why the borough president was supportive, the only borough president to be supportive of MIH here. And so that would be my point, that there's the law and then there's the legislative history associated with that enactment. I think the law is explicit, and I think even if you were to look at the Planning Commission report, it does not mean that the Planning Commission is prohibited from applying MIH here, or that it contradicts the clear text of the zoning resolution that actually obliges the city to apply MIH in this circumstance.
Okay, so I'm going to throw a question at you just based on what your interpretation of this scenario would be and the applicability of MIH. I'm going to use a lower zoning category. I'm going to take this out of Manhattan for a minute. So in an R32 district, you can build, as of right, a one-family home. If someone were to purchase the one-family home, or there's a purchase a one-family home that existed for 50 years, and then built a garden apartment, which is permissible, with 12 units, 10 units, is MIH, in your interpretation of this, given the increase in the residential units on that site, would it trigger MIH for you?
So I think I'll maybe
with no change in zoning?
So in a special permit scenario, right? So a special permit scenario.
Okay, yes.
So if there were, here's I guess what I would say. I would say, well, there's one building today. What is the zoning district permit as of right? How many units, how many apartments, how many houses can be built? What is the residential floor area that can be massed in that site? And an applicant team would say, well, what's the most amount of floor area we could pack into this site? Then the question is, and again, let's say assume no change in floor area, maximum floor area ratio on this site. We're just talking about bulk modifications that cover height, setback, rear yard, and all of the other regulations that affect the shape of a building. So I would say if the increment between the no action and the with action was more than 10 units, or more than 12,500 square feet of residential floor area, then I would say that if the developer would have to, the MIH would have to be applied. I doubt that in that circumstance that increment would be at that level, so I don't know if that would actually occur there. But I would also note that a developer would be able to contribute to the MIH fund for that community district. And I would further add that even if MIH is applied to that case, and let's say the economics of development show that it's really not economically possible for a developer to even contribute to the MIH fund, they go to the Board of Standards and Appeals, they show their pro formas, and they get a waiver. I mean, I understand the concern, and I think this is really, as was mentioned before, the first time that the City Planning Commission is really considering what this means for applicants like this that come before us. But I would really urge you to look closely at the law, and I think if there are problems with how the text is written, then that text can always be changed. And I would say that now is not the time to sort of, for the commission to think about not applying the law because it might be concerned about hypothetical scenarios in the future.
Okay, I'll come in. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ms. Efron.
You were starting to talk about the commercial space versus the residential. Could you just finish your thought on that,
Sure,
please? Thanks.
sure, thank you. So the environmental assessment statement that the community board reviewed on this site contemplates a no-action scenario where the existing, and I don't know if any of these things are up here, can I use this? Is that okay? So the environmental assessment statement that the community board, the borough president saw, contemplates keeping the existing contributing structures as retail, commercial. This is where Adorama is. I got my first camera there. I like Adorama. It's a great product. It's a great store. But the environmental assessment statement, no action, contemplates keeping this constant and building residential on the new structure. And so the environmental assessment statement flowing with this application looks at the sort of difference between here we have the width action with the sort of the greater height here and the modifications to rear yard here and the setback changes here, and basically compares how much residential can you get on the new development site under the existing envelope constraints and how much can you get with the special permit. So there's sort of, we see in both of these cases, the retail and commercial space here has been kept constant. The scenario that the applicant presented to you earlier and submitted as a letter to the Manhattan Borough President says, well, what if we actually convert all of this space to residential and we build a conforming building with we build a building within the height, setback, rear yard constraints. And I don't have this right here, and I can send this to you later, but they basically say that if you convert the existing site and build an as-of-right building, you could end up with actually more residential than you could get with the width action they're proposing, where you keep the commercial or retail as is and build this new building. And I would argue that that is actually now the environmental assessment statement's reasonable worst case development scenario is inaccurate because we do not see a fourth scenario contemplated. And that fourth scenario is, well, what if you convert this space to residential, which they could do after the approval of the special permit, allowing for the height, setback, and rear yard modifications here. And so you have this as residential, and you have this, this increase in residential. The increment issue is still there. It's still more than 20,000 square feet of residential, and it's still more than 20 units of market rate housing. So, and I can follow up on that in my written testimony. That would be helpful.
Thanks.
Sure.
Ms. Levin and Ms. Ortiz.
Mr. Stern, are you a lawyer?
I'm not.
Sounds like you've learned a lot of legal lingo doing this as land use chair, which I certainly sympathize with. I was in your spot for 10 years on Board 4. Certainly is a crash course in close reading of a resolution. Your analysis started out the same place my own did, which is to look at the provision that we're talking about here. And I was struck by the fact that it uses a defined term, hashtag residential floor area. I can't find a definition of residential floor area in the zoning resolution. Did you find one? There's residential, floor area is defined, but not with residential attached to it.
So residential is separately defined in the sort of the
Yes,
mesh of those
there is
two.
no defined term of residential floor area.
I mean, in terms of the definitions and the constructions of the zoning resolution, you would sort of, my understanding is that you would take, if there are two defined terms put together, then.
Okay. But I really had a separate question. Were you on Board 5 when we did the special permit for 23rd Street a year or so ago?
Yes.
Okay, so that was also an application for special permits under 74-711. It also involved a through block configuration. They required, because it was still in a manufacturing district, they required a use waiver as well as a bulk waiver. In that case, both the community board and the borough president zeroed in on the additional residential capacity facilitated by the use waiver. And the upshot was that the chair was able to negotiate a commitment by that developer to provide 25% of the floor area attributable to the use waiver as affordable housing. But
Prior to MIH.
Pardon me?
Prior to
It was
MIH.
prior to MIH, but still, my point is, I don't think that, I think this was an issue, just as we're all groping to understand an issue that hadn't really been thought about, I don't think either the community board nor the Manhattan Borough President focused on affordable housing attributable to the bulk waivers either, so, you know, we were all, I think when this provision was drafted, we were all thinking about the residential potential unleashed by a new use permitted, not new bulk permitted. Is that right?
So if I could speak to that, I first want to say, I want to thank Chair Weisbrod and the city for working hard, and you guys were very responsive to the community board's concerns associated with that application in, as you point out, an environment where MIH was not in the zoning text yet. The way that Chair Weisbrod was able to get some affordable housing on that site was really important. That site was a little bit different, I'd say, in a few ways. One is that there was a special permit already approved, and so the incremental residential between what was approved under the existing special permit that they could have opted to use was really the as of right at that point in time, and so we focused on the increment in the environmental assessment statement. So I would say that is sort of why we did not focus on the bulk waivers, but also we're in a different world, I'd say, with the MIH text as written, and you know, if this was a legislative action before you, I would lobby the City Planning Commission to elect, to use its discretion to try to get a lot of affordable housing here. But I would really argue that that's not really where we are. This is an administrative decision-making process right now, and I would argue that the text of the zoning resolution is clear right now. The department staff who we've spoken to said that, yes, they envision that MIH would be applied when there are use changes, when there are changes in maximum residential floor area ratio. I think one of the points brought up before is that bulk is not just maximum residential floor area ratio. Bulk is defined in the zoning resolution as referring to many different things. I hope that it answers the question there.
Ms. Ortiz and then Mr. Eady.
Hi. One thing, we heard earlier was that there are a number of as-of-right scenarios that might show no increase in residential floor area. The as-of-right versus what's being proposed. And so that the analysis that assumes an as-of-right condition compared to the proposed project is flawed. That was the suggestion. If there were another as-of-right scenario that gave you a different calculation and that fell, therefore, under the threshold, would we be having this conversation?
So if there was an as-of-right scenario, truly reasonable worst-case development scenario that contemplated the conversion of all existing space from retail or commercial to residential, and let's say that the LPC had approved 2 plans on this site. One of those plans allowed for 2 tall buildings and tall additions to the 2 existing historic district properties. And you could fit, one as-of-right scenario required no bulk modifications, or required bulk, but let's say required no bulk modifications. And then we had this alternative scenario, the with action condition, that allowed for bulk modifications. But if you looked at the increment of residential, and there was not a difference, it was under the 12,500 square feet or under the 10 units, I would still, in my community work, would still want there to be affordable housing, but we don't think that you would necessarily be able to apply that in that circumstance because it's below the applicability thresholds of the program.
So we would not be having this conversation. It would be a policy discussion.
I would even say that you have the law in front of you that you guys may not even have discretion. You could try to negotiate, the council member could try to negotiate to get affordable housing, and my board would be supported, but this would not be a clear-cut legal issue as to whether or not no one could say that you have to apply MIH to that circumstance. That's what I'm putting out there.
Mm-hmm. So, my question, but we were again told that there, had the EIS been structured differently, and that was the decision to choose that particular scenario was at someone's discretion, this might be a different conversation.
Given the facts of this case, given what the LPC has approved, I do not believe, and we can have this conversation further, that there is an as-of-right scenario that allows for there to be sort of not the significant difference between an as-of-right amount of residential floor area massed on the site and the with action condition residential floor area massed on the site. So I think what they were basically saying is that, well, if you consider that other as-of-right scenario where you convert the existing building to residential, then you wind up with actually some more residential than the with action scenario that they're proposing. And my point is that I think that analysis is incomplete. That was my point, that I do not believe, in testifying on behalf of CB5, we do not believe that there is an alternate as-of-right scenario today that allows for MIH to not be applied to this proposal.
Okay, I mean, that there's a factual answer to that somewhere. Yeah, so.
Presumably, right. Mr. Reade and then Ms. Delos.
So I greatly appreciate the enthusiasm and passion that you and others have brought to this issue. However, as I look at the language in the text, I try to read the words carefully, as I know you have. And I guess where I may disagree with some of the interpretation is whether or not this special permit itself is allowing additional floor area, residential floor area.
Yeah.
I would argue that this special permit is allowing us to reshape buildings, but not increasing the amount of residential floor area. The zoning is governing, and the zoning district is governing the amount of residential floor area that's available, but that this special permit is not increasing that. So that, and nothing I've heard to date has changed that. And so I was wondering if, obviously if you want to respond, please do, but that's how I'm seeing this.
I mean, I think, in a lot of ways it comes down to what does the term residential floor area mean, both in terms of how it's defined and how it's used in the zoning resolution. And for instance, when the Department of Buildings is looking at, how much affordable housing needs to be provided to generate a certain amount of bonus for a site, it uses the term the residential floor area on a site.
But my point is whether or not this special permit is increasing the amount of residential floor area on the site.
Again, I would argue that because residential floor area refers to the amount of actual residential floor area on a site, that because the special permit and because the environmental assessment statement allows for a building to include much more floor area than residential floor area than when it is allowed without the special permit, then that special permit does allow.
I'm not sure that I would agree with that statement, so I think that's where we may disagree.
There we go. You hit it on that.
Ms. Delos.
I would agree with Commissioner Eady's point about passion and, quite honestly, a lot of clear communication. You said that you or the community board consulted with some attorneys in this process. If there's anything in that consultation that can be, besides the summary of it, I guess, I think it would be helpful. I mean, I appreciate your point about legislative versus administrative roles, because we are going through this for the first time and perhaps noticing how things could be clearer. I think it would also be helpful to, if you've consulted with folks who have some guidance or some interpretation, it would be helpful to have that.
Yeah, I'd just like to follow up on that as well. You said it would be helpful to all of us, I'm sure, if Community Board 5 has a reputable land use lawyer who could,
As opposed to.
or a disreputable, no, I'm sure Community Board 5 only has reputable land use lawyers that it consults, but a knowledgeable land use lawyer who could submit his or her legal views on this. Any other questions for Mr. Stern? Thank you very much, Mr. Stern.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Nancy Aber-Goshaw. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes.
That's good.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. I'm Nancy Gosho. I'm a longtime member of CB5's Land Use and Zoning Committee. I'm a licensed architect. I work in the district, and I live 1 block west and 2 blocks south of the site. Our board supports the MIH law as written, and we find historic buildings are compatible with MIH. My key point that I'd like to make today is the city must apply the mandatory inclusionary housing program to this site. Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer agrees with our position on this matter. The number of incremental units and the amount of residential square feet facilitated by the proposed bulk changes require that the city either require the provision of affordable units on the site or off-site, or require a contribution to an affordable housing fund. While the city may decide how to apply the MIH program here, it does not have the discretion as to whether to apply the program, given the applicability threshold for MIH is exceeded. Section 23-933 on mandatory inclusionary housing areas states that the inclusionary housing program shall also apply as a condition of City Planning Commission approval of the special permits as set forth in Section 74-32. In Section 74-32, entitled Additional Considerations for Special Permit Use and Bulk Modifications, the text reads that where a special permit application would allow a significant increase in residential floor area, the City Planning Commission, in establishing the appropriate terms and conditions for the granting of such special permit, shall apply such requirements where consistent with the objectives of the mandatory inclusionary housing program as set forth in Section 23-92 general provisions. Residential floor area, according to the defined terms in the zoning resolution, refers to the actual amount of floor area on a site and does not refer to the maximum permitted FAR multiplied by the zoning lot. Text does not make reference to an increase in maximum residential FAR being required for the applicability of MIH. The bulk permit sought in this application facilitates more residential units and therefore does fall within the requirements for application of the MIH program. The bulk modifications and special permits trigger the MIH requirements.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Goshaw? Thank you very much. Next speaker is Samuel Meller.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Samuel Meller. I am an attorney and Assistant Secretary of Manhattan Community Board 5, and I speak in opposition to the Adorama special permit application. Chair Weisbrod, you said on Monday that you believe that we are a society of laws and that we operate under legal constraints, and therefore I ask the Commission to apply the law as it is written. The law for special permits and bulk modifications says that the Commission shall apply mandatory inclusionary housing to a permit that allows a significant increase in residential floor area. It does not say that the increase in residential floor area is an increase in permitted residential floor area, and this word, permitted, is the key. Nowhere, not in the law, not in the CPC report, and nowhere in the legislative history of this text is the word permitted to be found. As a society of laws, we must apply the law as it is written, not as the department believes it to be. I invite the Commission to search the text as we have, or the legislative history as we have, to find the word permitted, and you won't. You will not find one reference to this interpretation. The department's interpretation is only possible if the text was different. As it was written in an email between John Mangin and Frederica Siegel on November 4th, 2015, the text would read, where a special permit application would allow a significant increase in permitted residential floor area. Mr. Mangin had to write the word permitted into the text of the law because without that word, without the additional word permitted, the department's interpretation is baseless. We're a society of laws, ladies and gentlemen of the Commission, and the department and the commission must apply the law as it was written and enacted. Finally, I'd like to address the department's concern that the interpretation of ZR 7432, supported by Community Board 5 and the Manhattan Borough President, is an exaction. An exaction is a kind of eminent domain, Fifth Amendment taking of property, where the government demands a dedication of property to public use by a private landowner in exchange for development. First, the New York Court of Appeals has never declared an exaction unless there's a physical occupation of private property. Modest conditions on development, like affordable housing, are not exactions. Furthermore, according to the U.S. Supreme Court, exactions only apply when a municipality makes an individualized determination to a particular property. If the Commission fails to apply the non-discretionary mandate of MIH to this application according to the law, it would be providing evidence to a constitutional challenge to MIH. It would mean that in practice, MIH is an individualized determination rather than a non-discretionary mandate.
Mr. Meller, can you, I assume that's written testimony that you can submit?
I've already submitted it.
Thank you. Questions to Mr. Meller? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Barika Williams.
He looks like he's 15.
Welcome back to you, Ms. Williams. Good to see you.
Good afternoon. Hi,
Good
everyone.
afternoon.
So my name is Barika Williams. I'm the Deputy Director at ANHD, the Association for Neighborhood and Housing Development. I know you all know me. So I want to make clear also, first off, that I'm here specifically to speak on the MIH component of it and its applicability and the precedent, as even though you feel like you've seen me a lot, ANHD normally is not here as much. It's more been the citywide actions that have brought us here, but we don't speak specifically.
It's been all too long.
Yes. I wasn't here this morning. I just want to clarify. But we don't speak specifically on sites or the design or any of that piece, right? So ANHD agrees with the previous speakers, as well as with the community board and the Manhattan Borough President, that MIH should be applied and triggered based on the special permit application. We concur with their reading, and I've gone through the zoning text many, many times over its evolution, that it is a change in the residential floor area and not a change in the residential floor area ratio. I think the previous speakers have sort of gone through some of that, and so I'm going to instead sort of pose a couple of scenarios that present what this challenge means in terms of a precedent in other places. Specifically, what it would mean in a contextual district where what was coming before this planning commission was a change in the contextual requirements that allowed an end result in additional residential floor area, units, square footage, but not technically a change in residential floor area ratio, right? So for example, ZQA. ZQA changed what could result as a total residential floor area. It did not necessarily change the residential floor area ratio of buildings, but it did drastically and dramatically change what resulted as residential units in ZQA areas. So this would suggest, the reading, as the developer and their team have said, would suggest that ZQA, let's say that ZQA does not require affordable and senior housing in all scenarios, but let's say it's just market rate housing, their reading would suggest that ZQA's changes do not trigger MIH, and that without that, they could go ahead and build 100% market rate and you wouldn't trigger MIH. I know that's a little confusing. You want me to clarify?
No, go ahead, we'll ask questions.
So the other question is whether or not, based on the fact that what they seem to be indicating is that it's the ratio and not the floor area itself, what would that mean in the event that somebody made the decision to underbuild in a neighborhood rezoning, right? So if you have a neighborhood rezoning where everybody was rezoned to R9 or R10 and you had an individual set of buildings, who said, I am not going to build to my R10 or R9, I'm going to build to my pre-existing R7, but they had another building before that, would that or would that not trigger MIH?
Thank you, Ms. Williams. So let me just respond to a couple of things you said and then open it up. One, just to your last point, if we rezone a neighborhood to, say, upzone it from R7 to R9 or R10, and a developer in that scenario elects to only build to an R7, it is absolutely clear that MIH applies because we would be applying MIH to that area. There's no question, I think, in any of our minds, and I'm sure in the City Council's mind, that MIH would absolutely apply in that area. And then the second point, which I didn't entirely understand, ZQA itself certainly facilitates the construction. One of the intents behind ZQA was to facilitate affordable housing, but in a certain way, it strikes me as runs counter to your policy argument, because what ZQA does is facilitate affordable housing, in some cases facilitates higher height limits for better retail and ground floor uses, but in and of itself does not trigger mandatory inclusionary zoning, nor does it increase residential capacity, and for that reason it doesn't.
But that's not what I mean, but can I do the first piece, the first one? So I guess what I am raising is what is being discussed here and what is trying to be determined is I think raising questions about those two scenarios that you just flagged. Not ZQA I'm trying to use as a proxy, not as an actual
I just think on the
example.
last point you raised, it's just absolutely clear that MIH would apply whether someone in an MIH district, whether someone wanted to underbuild or not underbuild, because that district would be mapped as an MIH district.
So I understand that, and that is always how I have interpreted it,
That's
as
the law.
well as what I believe is written. However, I think the interpretation that is being used here for this site actually makes that less clear and suggests that it's not as clear. So if you have a R7 building in a R7 district and the city does a neighborhood rezoning that now allows R9, right? But we are now basing this off of the floor area ratio, and I go to rebuild my building as R7, I have not changed my building's floor area, which is what floor area ratio, not the floor area.
I don't want to go off on a tangent, but it's just absolutely clear that in that scenario, MIH would apply.
I agree that it's absolutely clear. I think the question is.
Then we should
Okay.
probably move on.
All right.
I'm sorry. Ms. Delos.
Rick, I think what would be helpful is you've obviously constructed in a couple different potential scenarios in which you think that if that argument were continued, it would raise a number of other issues.
Right.
So I'm assuming you probably put that in writing, that way we can see it. Okay, great. Because I think maybe seeing it all together and seeing how it compares. I understand what you're saying. It's not that this is what you think it is.
Yes.
It's what you think their argument could lead to.
Yes, yes. And so I think what I'm trying to use when I'm saying ZQA, I know ZQA does not apply, but right, thinking about a big contextual district, if what came before the Planning Commission was changes to the bulk restrictions in a contextual district, let's say that currently the bulk limitations within a contextual district require them to underbuild their floor area ratio by 0.3, right? So let's say what comes before this commission is a change to now allow them to build that full additional 0.3. The change is a change to the contextual district. The change is not a change to the maximum allowable FAR. And so by their reading, that change would not trigger MIH. And I do not believe that that is the original intention, nor what is written in the legislation of how this law should be triggered. I hope that makes sense, right? So if currently in a contextual district, you can only get 90 units in your building, which we heard time and time again in ZQA about parking requirements. That's why I'm using it as an example, but that's not the only example. There are plenty of these across the city. And what's before you is a change to that contextual district that would now allow additional units still within the FAR, but because the contextual districts have changed, their rationale and their argument is that that should not kick in and require MIH.
Mr. Eady.
I appreciate the analogy, but I think the fact that ZQA in itself doesn't trigger MIH, I think kind of supports the developer's argument, because even if you're able to build more affordable housing due to ZQA, MIH is not necessarily triggered unless it was part of another rezoning that had created the MIH overlay. So even if you were able to, using ZQA, build more, MIH is not triggered.
I would also venture back to, I know we've been through a long process with these two rezonings, but I would venture back to the original proposal for ZQA was not limited to affordable housing. It also included market rate housing, and the argument that was made when it included market rate housing was that some of that market rate housing would have to be affordable because it would trigger MIH. So the understanding then was that MIH was going to be triggered by these changes because MIH and ZQA in those instances would fit together.
Any other questions for Ms. Williams? Mr. Cantor.
You know, I've been sitting here for a fascinating hour, listening to attorneys argue back and forth, and I'm not an attorney. You used the words intent, and I'm just wondering where we fit into the interpretation.
Since we're part of the intent.
I understand Congress from time to time, when they agree on something, agree that they can go back and see the intent of language that preceded the creation of law. Are we in the same spot?
I think that's a question for Commissioner Weisbrod.
I'm not sure I entirely understand your question, but.
I don't either.
Aha.
No, what I'm trying to suggest, Mr. Chair, is we're arguing law from my perspective. I feel like I'm sitting on the wrong side of the Supreme Court desk.
Let me respond as best I can. I think that we are, as a commission, obviously in a position of applying and, where appropriate, modifying to some extent the zoning resolution, and that ultimately is reviewable by the city council in the case of modifying the zoning resolution, and reviewable by a whole variety of institutions, including the Department of Buildings, the Board of Standards, the courts, in terms of interpreting the zoning resolution. We are guided by the law as it stands, and as council here advises us, and the testimony that comes before us, and how we apply that. I think, as I said it on Monday, there are elements of this, of mandatory inclusionary zoning that are, I think, fairly clear, and there are going to be elements of mandatory inclusionary zoning as we go forward that are going to be the subject of how we apply it. We're going to have fact situations and issues that we didn't contemplate, and we're going to have to apply it as best we can when those fact situations arise. And I think we'll have many of them in different situations, but insofar as when the zoning resolution, when the commission's reports, and when what the city council ultimately enacted is clear, we are guided by that. That's what we have to apply. I hope that's an answer to you.
So,
Thank you.
for-
Was that a question to me or a question to Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Any other questions to Ms. Williams?
I guess
Thank-
I'd like to address one thing that he said, though, which is, I mean, I think we're all struggling with the same question of where we fit into this around intent and the legislation and the text and the reports. I would very much caution this commission that I know constitutional restraints and the restrictions have been raised, but I would also flag that that goes two ways, that this can be as much a precedent as it is a sort of preventative piece, right? In the sense that what gets done here on this site is going to set the template for how MIH gets replied in these circumstances for all future sites. And so it needs a lot of very, very careful deliberation and clear legal analysis, because it does open all of us who have all collectively worked very hard on MIH to legal challenges if we want to try to undo what we did here at a later site.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Next speaker is Mary Crosby.
It's a tough act to follow. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Mary Crosby. I am a volunteer with Metropolitan Council on Housing and a resident of Chelsea for many decades. I'm concerned about the affordable housing developments in Chelsea. This project that we're commenting on today, they're asking for a special permit for height setback and rear yard bulk modifications, which would allow the developer to increase the number of residential units from 40 to 66. That's more than a 50% increase in residential units and would, I believe, trigger the MIH requirement under Section 7432. I understand that the commission is responsible for the application of the zoning laws and the permission okay for the permit, and I recognize the challenge you have before you. Oops, I lost my place here. The objectives of the MIH program under the inclusionary housing program is established for the creation and promotion of housing for residents with varied incomes in redeveloping neighborhoods and to enhance the neighborhood economic diversity and also to promote the general welfare. But it seems to me that sometimes the developers like the economic diversity when it means building in a low-income neighborhood to introduce higher-income people into the area, because it's advantageous to them and it increases their profitability. But when in a high-income area where you want to introduce lower-income tenants via the MIH program, it's not seen as being so advantageous, and therefore, I think the tendency would be to try to avoid the MIH requirement. But what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and the bulk modification sought in this special permit clearly qualifies as the bulk modifications for purposes of Section 74-32. Met Council is looking, and I'm looking, to see that this MIH requirement is being applied consistently. And since this is a test case virtually for the application of the new zoning regulations, I recognize the challenges, and I commend the Borough President, Gail Brewer's office, and Community Board 5 for their careful analysis and for bringing this project application to the attention of the public. You can't use a creative interpretation of the zoning regs and introduce confusion into the language and apply a little bit of legal flim-flam in order to avoid the MIH requirement. Flim-flam, that's a technical term. One of mine. I agree with with Gail Brewer and Community Board 5 that with a plain reading and meaning of the law here with regards to MIH, the requirement is triggered. It would be unconscionable for the commission to allow the construction of new luxury units more than 50% increase without a single unit of affordable housing. Chelsea today is one of the most unequal areas.
Thank you, Ms. Crosby. Last sentence.
We're okay.
Pick one.
Okay, I've got it. I'm going to the end here. We believe that the zoning law and MIH requirements do apply here, and we're asking the commission to deny this permit unless MIH requirements are met and affordable housing is included. Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Crosby? Thank you. Next speaker is Greg Lewis.
My name is Greg Lewis, and I'm reading this on behalf of Vicky Barbero, Chair of Community Board 5. Chair Weisbrod and members of the City Planning Commission, thank you for the opportunity to testify. Last month, our board voted to urge the city to deny the special permit at 42 West 18th Street unless the mandatory inclusionary housing program is applied. The MIH text amendment states, the inclusionary housing program is established to promote the creation and preservation of housing for residents with varied incomes and to enhance neighborhood economic diversity and thus to promote the general welfare. CB5 finds that the area surrounding the proposed site is neither economically nor racially diverse and that the application of MIH as part of the special permit would thereby promote the creation of housing for residents with varied incomes and enhance neighborhood economic diversity, fully consistent with the objectives of Mayor de Blasio's historic MIH proposal. The special permit, if granted, would facilitate the development of 26 more market-rate residential units. That is plain. I would echo the members of the board in highlighting that the argument that zoning resolution section 74-32 bulk modifications refer to only a change in the maximum permitted residential floor area ratio and not to other bulk modifications is simply not supported by the zoning resolution. ZR section 74-32 does not permit the City Planning Commission to exercise discretion as to whether it may apply the MIH requirements to this development. Indeed, it states that the City Planning Commission shall apply the MIH requirement under these circumstances. CB5 finds that MIH must be applied consistently and that the bulk modifications sought in this special permit pertaining to the rear yard equivalent, rear setback, maximum base height and setback, and the distance between buildings unquestionably qualify as bulk modifications for purposes of ZR section 74-32. Therefore, the 26 residential units must be considered a significant increase according to the MIH applicability threshold. In the zoning resolution, the term residential floor area is used to refer to the actual amount of residential floor area on a site and not the maximum permitted residential floor area ratio. Any other interpretation is inconsistent with the plain reading and meaning of the zoning resolution, which states that the requirements of MIH are triggered by the special permit, and the City Planning Commission and the City Council must withhold approval of the special permit unless MIH is applied. With extremely limited opportunities for low-income households to move into Manhattan Community District 5, and this census tract in particular, CB5 urges the City Planning Commission to require the provision of housing units affordable to households with incomes at or below 60% of area median income, and include units for households with income at or below 40% of the area median income. Further, CB5 strongly encourages the owners of 42 West 18th Street to commit to creating high-quality building service jobs that pay all building service workers the industry standard prevailing wage, along with family and retirement benefits.
Thank you,
for the opportunity.
Mr. Lewis. Are you going to submit that testimony? Yes. Thank you very much. Questions, Ms. Lewis? Thank you. Next speaker is James Garris. Jim Garris, yeah. From the Manhattan Borough President's Office.
Good morning, Chair Weisbrod. Commissioners, my name is Jim Karras, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer regarding the special permit application at 42 West 18th Street. The Manhattan Borough President recommended approval of the mandatory inclusionary housing text amendment, and that was based in large part on its applicability to special permits. We believe, and the Borough President stated at the time, that any special permit that allows developers to build significantly more residential units and floor area than they would otherwise should trigger MIH. The Department of City Planning has been clear in conversations with us that they did not intend for MIH to apply to this particular special permit, even though it would allow for a much bigger and taller building. But it is not clear to us or the community board, or indeed many other organizations who have weighed in on MIH, why the text amendment we approved would not apply in this case. The zoning resolution reads that where a special permit application would allow a significant increase in residential floor area, the City Planning Commission, in establishing the appropriate terms and conditions for the granting of the special permit, shall apply such requirements where consistent with the objectives of the MIH program. The text does not make reference to an increase in residential FAR as being required for the applicability, nor does it state that an increase in permitted residential floor area is required. The bulk permit sought in this application facilitates more residential floor area and should fall within the requirements. We think the application before us falls squarely within the wording of the text. We believe that the MIH program should be applied to as many special permits as possible under the law and to every special permit where the application falls within the wording of the text. Therefore, we recommend denial of the application unless the mandatory inclusionary housing program is applied pursuant to the zoning resolution. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Questions, Jim? Ms. Levin.
Thank you, Jim. I noticed that the MIH approach to special permits was specifically identified in the discussions between your office and HPD and City Planning in the run-up to the Borough President's recommendation, and there's a letter attached to the Borough President's recommendation that, from HPD and City Planning, that describes certain things they're going to work on. At that time, I believe the text that was originally certified, this particular provision applied to special purpose districts. It wasn't, the language that we were looking at then wasn't special permits more broadly. But obviously, your office and HPD and City Planning had discussions about changing the approach to special permits, and the commitment that your office got before releasing your recommendation said, with respect to special permit approach, we agree, that meaning HPD and City Planning, agree to consider how MIH would apply to special permits in light of the continuing stream of applications seeking to increase residential capacity in certain Manhattan neighborhoods. Can you elaborate at all on the substantive discussions you had around this issue? And did it go specifically to the issue we're talking about here, which is whether it would apply to a bulk modification? Or were we thinking about different kinds of special permits at
We
that
were
time?
thinking predominantly about use at the time, but that, I believe, is because the vast majority of the applications we had seen at that point were Soho and NoHo and dealt with use. So those were the examples we talked about. I think the Borough President made it clear, though, in her statements on this, that it wasn't limited to use, that she wanted this to apply as broadly as possible. And I think, I think, in fact, that she said when she testified before the commission that this was the best part of the entire text amendment to her, its applicability to special permits where there'd be an increase in residential floor area. So I think we were using examples of use at the time because that's what we had seen repeatedly, but I don't think it was our intent that it would only apply to that. We certainly, whether or not we thought of the example at the time, intended for it to apply as broadly as possible.
Right. I think what she said in her testimony is requiring affordable housing to be built wherever there is new residential development, and especially when special permits allow the building of housing where it wouldn't otherwise be allowed.
Did I see your hand up, Ms. Ortiz? Yes.
This is really fascinating, and I really appreciate this discussion. You know, it seems to me, and there are a number of issues, and the one I'll focus on is, you know, the idea that we're looking at what's the delta between existing and what we're proposing, and the delta between what's allowed, you know, or permitted, and that the absence of any clarification within the zoning text is causing some of this confusion. But, you know, we were provided with some language that comes from the CPC report that, you know, accompanies the law, that sort of informs the law, and that, you know, special permit applications that reconfigure residential floor area that is already permitted under zoning would not have MIH applied to them, and that's written here.
Is that the sentence that's preceded by "we expect"?
Is not, it says the program is not expected to be applied in conjunction with, yes.
That's
But,
the key piece.
yeah.
I guess I'll veer a little into what I've been thinking as I've been sitting here for 2 hours and listening as you have to a really interesting discussion. And that's maybe, and I'm just throwing this out there, and hopefully, you know, you can discuss it, maybe where the discretion lies isn't in the fact that you shall apply the requirements, which I would say that the language in the text is clear, that this falls within what is under the purview of MIH, but maybe the discretion is where such requirements are consistent with the objectives of the mandatory inclusionary housing program. So maybe there's a situation that, such as the one that Commissioner Cerullo was positing, where there is a neighborhood of 1, 2, and 3 family homes where you might decide, I would think this would have to be in rare circumstances because we want a consistent application of the law, but where you might decide that it's not consistent with the objectives of MIH and the program. But certainly here, from the borough president could not take a position other than that it's consistent with the objectives of the program. I mean, she based her approval on applying this, you know, to as many special permits in Manhattan as she could. So just a thought of maybe that's why the language says we expect that it would apply. I've just been sitting here thinking, like,
No, it's not expected to be applied.
or it's not expected to be applied. I've been sitting here thinking, how do you put all these different pieces together into a coherent whole? And I'm just throwing that out as one possible way where, you know, you might be able to get there.
So, okay, I'll stop there, thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Karas? Thank you.
Thanks.
Next speaker is Marcel Negret. Mike. From Municipal Art Society.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chairman. My name is Marcel Negret. I'm project manager for the Municipal Art Society of New York. The Municipal Art Society of New York welcomes a chance to comment on the application by 42nd West 18th Street Realty Corporation for a special permit to facilitate a mixed-use development at 38-42 West 18th Street. MAS has carefully reviewed this application and opposes the project unless the requirements of the mandatory inclusionary housing program are applied. 3842 West 18th Street, located at C6-4A district within the Lady Smile Historic District in Manhattan, has the potential to be a precedent-setting project for which special permit applications would need to meet the affordable housing requirements outlined in MIH. In this case, the application is proposing to build a mixed-use, primarily residential building and expand an existing commercial building, as well as restore the facades of 2 historic buildings on the same zoning lot. To build the project as proposed, the developer has asked for adjustments to rear yard height and setback and street frontage requirements. These changes would facilitate a project with 66 residential units, a net increase of 26 residential units, in addition to the 40 permitted in the as-of-right development evaluated in the project's environmental assessment statement. The question before the Commission today is whether those additional units trigger the application of MIH requirements. The applicable language of the zoning code Zoning Resolution 34-32 states that a project is subject to MIH when a special permit application would allow a significant increase in residential floor area that would otherwise be permitted. The Department of City Planning has stated that MIH is triggered only by granting of new residential floor area rather than the facilitation of floor area already permitted. MAS recognizes that housing affordability has reached crisis levels in New York, with over half of renter households citywide classified as rent burden, and 30% are extremely rent burden. As such, MAS supported the city's efforts to address this crisis through the passing of MIH as part of the administration's Housing New York's plan. MAS therefore agrees with the conclusions drawn by Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer and Manhattan Community Board 5 that the additional 26 residential units allowed by the special permit represents a significant increase in residential floor area and will be subject to MIH requirements. In order to facilitate the goals outlined in the administration's housing plan, we urge the Commission to mandate that this application include affordable housing as specified under MIH. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Questions? Mr. Eady.
I just want to go back to a question that I had posed to an earlier speaker about whether or not you believe that the waivers and setback requirements that are sought here under 747011 are actually allowing an increase in residential area.
Well, I would say that we are guiding, as most of us, on the scenarios that the environmental assessment statement provides. And
Well, we've already determined that the EAS allowed, one of many possible scenarios of an as-of-right scenario. So I'm not sure that's the best guideline to use, but, just looking at the nature of the special permit and the waivers being sought, it's a yes or no question in some respects. Do you believe that those waivers are allowing an increase in residential floor area?
I would say partially yes. I would have to have a deeper analysis of the actual extent of the waivers on the bulk requirements. But I think the number that we put out there of a 26 residential units and over 22,000 square feet of residential floor area, yes, those are based on the scenarios provided by the environmental assessment statement. Specifically to the bulk requirements that will be modified under this, I couldn't give you a specific number.
Let me just ask the question a little differently then. By reshaping buildings or by, allowing the street wall to go up or reshaping the floor area on a site, in your mind, could possibly increase the floor area on a site without changing the FAR requirement?
Yes,
Okay.
I think yes.
Okay, thank you.
Let me ask, when we had we were discussing mandatory inclusionary housing and this proposal before the commission adopted it, and then after the commission adopted it, and when we testified at the city council, we gave sort of two different scenarios under 74-711. One, which both of which have been discussed here. One where we discussed the notion of a change of use under 74-711 to allow a building in an area that doesn't permit residential use to be converted to residential use, and there was a total consensus and agreement that mandatory inclusionary zoning would apply in those circumstances. And then the alternative, which was supposing that a landmark building sold FAR across the street and required a special permit, and thereby increase the capacity for residential use across the street, but didn't generally increase housing capacity. And I think there was a very explicitly said here as an example, and I think embraced by everyone here, and then said again at the city council and well understood that in those circumstances, mandatory inclusionary zoning would not apply. Do you see a distinction between this situation and the situation of an air rights transfer?
Well, I wouldn't be so sure, but yes, I think we're at this moment trying to balance between the effort of preserving the historic, architectural, historic heritage of the city and preserving those landmarks. But as it was stated before by Community Board 5 representatives, the way that mandatory inclusionary housing, as we understand it, it's clear in that sense. And our opinion is that the commission here has an administrative role of making that implementation of the program rather than.
I guess I'm just asking what you see as the distinction between that situation where a landmark is transferring it, selling its air rights in order to maintain the quality of that landmark, entering into an maintenance agreement with the Landmarks Preservation Commission, and this situation where, again, a landmark is entering into a maintenance agreement with the Landmarks Preservation Commission, and also furthering, at least according to the Landmarks Preservation Commission, the goals of historic preservation in this area.
I would have to get back to you more precisely to answer your question.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Negret? Thanks a lot. Next speaker is Ava Farkas. Ava Farkas, not here. And George Piazza.
Okay, as you said, my name is George Piazza. I'm representing the Metropolitan Council on Housing. And the Metropolitan Council on Housing would like to urge the City Planning Commission to follow the law and to apply the mandatory inclusionary housing to the Outer Robin Development Project and require that 20% of the 66 total residential units that will be rented to households earning, they should be applied to people earning 40% of the AMI, or what is roughly $31,000 US for a family of three. First, we believe, as many others have stated, there's no ambiguity regarding this. This project is legally required to adhere to the MIH. This special permit, which would allow for a 39% increase in residential units on the site, constitutes a significant increase in buildable square feet, which triggers MIH. Second, it is precisely in this kind of hot real estate market that MIH makes the most sense. The focus on rezoning in low-income communities of color to build luxury housing with affordable units thrown in risks the heating up of a market and pricing out long-term tenants. The Ladies Mile Historic District area, on the other hand, is already a hot market with high rents where additional development will not cause displacement and where prices are already high enough to offset more affordable units than the MIH requires. Third, as mentioned before, the general spirit of the law is to promote, in quotes, the creation and preservation of housing for residents with varied incomes in redeveloping neighborhoods and to enhance neighborhood economic diversity and thus to promote the general welfare. Yet it seems that in the city's estimation, only low-income communities of color need more diversity, not areas such as the Ladies Mile Historic District, which also suffers from stark economic and demographic homogeneity. Just some novelty to this evening. Numbers that have not been discussed explicitly are the demographics. The white population comprises 74% of the area's population. The median income is over $110,000 US, and
only 2% of the area's population is below the poverty rate, whereas the city averages out at 17.5%. So clearly, this is an area that some might call already gentrified. Therefore, we believe it is imperative to apply the MIH requirements to this project in order to establish a serious precedent of enforcing this policy to its desired end, greater economic diversity, and as a result, the promotion of the district's general welfare. Fourth, the Met Council believes that the maximum amount and deepest affordability should apply to this project. We demand that all 66 units adhere to the MIH so that the project will supply roughly between 13 and 19 affordable units.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from Mr. Piazza? Thank you, Mr. Piazza.
May I just ask a question regarding Mr. Eady's questions earlier or something?
No, you can, can't ask us questions. We can only ask you questions. That's the way it works. I mean, you know.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. Mr. Eady wants to ask you a question. That would be a different matter, but, you know. I have one last speaker here, Abir Sabeh from Philip Habib Associates. And there's a speaker in favor.
Well, I suppose. Good afternoon. My name is Abir Sabat with Philip Habib and Associates, and we prepared the environmental assessment statement for the project, so I'm here to answer any questions. But I just wanted to clarify a few things because I've been listening to all the conversations that have been happening about the purpose of the EAS and how the reasonable worst case development scenario was developed. The no action scenario that was analyzed in the EAS is not intended to be representative of the only thing that's permitted in absence of the requested waivers and special permit. It is only one, as Valerie said, one of many types of buildings that could be developed in absence of the special permit. When we were developing the reasonable worst case, we were careful not to select something that would minimize the effect of the proposed development. So we intentionally selected something that would have an increment compared to what was being proposed. So theoretically, that as of right could have a similar number of units or bigger number of units since it's a 10 FAR site and it could be developed for a higher number of residential units. So that's basically my clarification. So if anybody has any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Sabet? Ms. Levin.
So to that end, I do have a question about one of the with action scenarios in the EAS, and it's the one I alluded to earlier. The 74-711 scenario that you analyzed was a change of use. And I think we all accept and understand that that would trigger MIH.
Sure.
But you also describe a special permit providing a bulk waiver under 74-743 for bulk modification for a large-scale general development.
I'm sorry, are you asking about the MIH EAS? Because we
Yes.
did not.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
We
I'm
did the
sorry.
EAS for
One
the
EAS,
Adorama.
these are not equivalent. Never mind, forget the whole thing. You saved yourself.
But perhaps not Ms. Levin. So, any other questions?
Perhaps not my colleagues for your question, but it's not to you.
Any other questions for Ms. Sabet? Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this matter who hasn't signed in? Yes.
I didn't sign up, but. Just if,
You can go out there and start.
if we can get some clarification from the developer, if perhaps in writing, I forgot to ask it earlier, if they plan on taking advantage of the, whatever the successor, when it's approved, of the 421A abatements would be, and it would give us some more indication as to whether or not there's going to be an affordable component or not in this project. So we get some written clarification.
We will ask the developer to submit on that. With that, well, let me just make a couple of observations before closing the hearing, which is, I really want to say this is a very interesting and high-minded hearing, and the first of I'm sure, many that will address MIH issues going forward. As I said on Monday, obviously the administration and this commission's, certainly my personal goal is to apply MIH whenever possible. That's one of the reasons we enacted it. Our goal is to achieve as much affordable housing through MIH as legally possible, and especially so in order to further issues of diversity. And that's the underpinnings of MIH, is to create more economically diverse neighborhoods. We're going to have some very difficult questions before us. We've had on Monday the Carroll Street, proposed Carroll Street rezoning, where contrary to the views of many developers, MIH does apply, in our view, does apply in that rezoning, which is now, proposed rezoning, which is now going through the public approval process. I think we'll have many other situations that will come before us, and we are required to the best of our ability, apply the law when it is very clear, and apply MIH as much as we can within the law. So I appreciate the testimony that we've had today. So I asked Mr. Stern if he could get a experienced land use lawyer to provide an opinion. I think, as Ms. Delausse indicated, I think that would be helpful, and look forward to discussing with all of my colleagues the issues and facts surrounding this situation. So with that, I will close the hearing and thank everyone who testified today. Yes, and let me just say to, first, with respect to the public hearing itself, is there any matter to come before us, Madam Secretary?
No, Chairman Wise.
So I will ask for a motion to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
I hear no opposed, no opposed. And I would ask the commissioners to stay for a review session to discuss the proposed GPP on Fountain Avenue.
Great.
Thank you.
Keep losing it. I read it.
It's very clear. And in fact, if we did anything based on the discussion
Except, I understood its practicality was that anything that required them to come before us for approval triggered MIH.
I mean, we discussed it specifically.
And the landmark one is interesting because isn't that, but the landmark one isn't, it's not a waiver, it's an administrative approval, right?
It's the receiving side is getting more, I mean, it's different.
Right.
They're getting more.
But it's as of right, but it's as of right.
As of right. We've denied.
Okay, good. I was hoping that was the answer.
Just going back to what Andrew said when we discussed 20, they're not
Okay, if they're not as of right, then that's a really good example. I just,
That's why I asked them that question, because it's,
right.
we discussed it very specifically.
I thought that we approve it, but that it's an administrative approval as opposed to a requested waiver, which seems like an
Has to
action.
go through the office of,
Okay.
you know.
All right, good. That's a really good answer, then.
And it is.
Good. No, it was ambiguous to me, and that's great.
Okay. Please, commissioners, let us turn our attention to Ms. Manning for a
Good afternoon. You should each have a revised version of the comment letter on the Fountain Avenue General Project Plan. And I would note that most of the updates start on page 4, and I can just briefly outline what some of the updates are based on the comments on Monday, our review session. First, we learned from ESD that there will be on-site supportive services for both the senior housing component as well as for the residents with disabilities. As of now, the Block Institute will be providing services for people with developmental disabilities, and Northeast Brooklyn Housing Development Corporation will be providing supportive services for seniors. So that's reflected in the letter. I'm just acknowledging that there will be on-site services. As well, we reviewed the full transcript from the public hearing that was held on May 24th regarding this project. And one of the comments, more substantial comments, was a question about whether there would be a local preference for the units per kind of the standard HPD marketing guidelines. And HPD confirmed that, and ESD confirmed that the units that are, the developments that are financed through HPD will adhere to HPD's marketing guidelines, in which 50% of the non-senior, non-OPWDD units will be set aside for local CB5 residents. That is also reflected in here. And then further, we discussed the parking requirements or the parking proposal with the applicants, and they let us know that it was based on surveys and what they have experienced, the parking demand they've experienced at other affordable housing developments in the area, and do expect high demand for parking at this development. And in fact, the DEIS found that there would in fact be a small shortfall of parking during peak demand that would be not a significant impact, but nonetheless a small shortfall in parking. Any other questions?
Questions? Ms. Delos.
Lauren, just maybe perhaps one thing to suggest to add, and maybe one or two little edits. I appreciate you adding the language around the affordability that I raised. I'm just wondering if we could just detail the options that exist under MIH. One less thing for them to have to look up. That way they have a little more guidance in that area. I mean, obviously, they're already committing to 100% below 60, at or below 60% of AMI, so that's certainly helpful. And I don't know if you meant to refer to the 1.2 million square foot Gateway Center in 2 back-to-back paragraphs. But I'm not.
That's duplicated, that information?
Yeah.
Okay.
And this, yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Ms. Levin.
Corin, I'm looking at the paragraph that you added about the 50% preference for local community board residents. How much of this project is receiving HPD financing? And why wouldn't we urge that the community preference apply to the entire project?
Sure.
Because that's what normally
Parcel A, we know part of Parcel A, which is the first phase of development that will be developed within, they project 30 months of closing on this, will receive HPD financing. So essentially, Parcel A, there's this commitment. Parcel B, the larger parcel, is not expected to be complete until 2028. So I don't believe that the financing has, closed for that. So would there be HPD? Yeah, or, is in place. Would there be HPD financing? I assume it would adhere to whatever HPD's marketing guidelines are at that time.
Okay, but I mean, the point just is that if we're building affordable housing in the city, it seems to me we would want to advocate for continuation of the city rules that would apply if this were a HPD-sponsored project. So I mean, I don't know what the area conditions are or who the target audience for this is, but would we think to include in
Yeah.
this letter a recommendation that they apply it to the entire project?
Just as to that point, I mean, just as a general proposition, we would want them to follow, we would want to grant or agree to, I should say, the minimum departure from
Right.
city requirements and city policy that we think is appropriate. And so irrespective of HPD financing, if there's going to be public financing and a lottery system, the community preference rule should, in my view, also apply
To the whole
generally.
So we can include language encouraging
Yeah.
that. Absolutely.
I mean, I assume HPD will insist upon it for the portion it's financing. but
Absolutely, yes.
I don't see any reason why we shouldn't ask for it irrespective
entire
of the
project.
HPD financing. Right.
Especially if it was brought up in the hearing.
By the Brooklyn Borough President.
Right. Any other suggested modifications or changes? And sorry to jam this at the last minute, but we do want to get it in. So, okay, with that, I guess I need your assent to send this letter as modified to ESD. All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Here's my version of that.
And thank you for your patience and discussion today. Interesting. You too. See you, right. See you in July.